Good morning, everyone. Chair Katie Nasser here for the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting on Tuesday, June 23rd, 2026. If everyone who can rise, please do so for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And if you do have a device, if you will please put it on silent, that would be great. All right, we will be beginning with the approval of the minutes. If I can have a motion on the floor. I have a second?
Second.
Marsh, second. And do we have any edits or changes or corrections?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson.
Okay. On page 1, under corrections, we need to correct the correction. We have Debbie Hayes instead of Debbie Kraus. Okay. And then I just have a question on page 2 of 5 under Jim Silliman, Oldham County Engineer. That last bullet point, it says the encroachments along the West Sligo Road. Should that be Old Sligo Road or is it West Old Sligo or anybody know?
Jim, page 2.
I think you're correct.
Okay.
That should be Old Sligo.
And that's all I have.
Anyone else? Corrections, edits? All right, seeing none, we will move into a voice vote. All in favor of approving the minutes with edits and changes signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, minutes are approved. All right. Next, we will move into the first docket of the day. Ms. Edgar, if you will read the docket.
Okay. Docket PZ-26-007, an application has been filed by Greenberg Enterprise for a preliminary subdivision plan with 123 lots on property located at 3104 and 3112 Cedar Point Road, Buckner. The property is 82.92 acres in zoned R2 Residential District and CO1 Conservation District.
Great. Mr. Hine, if we can go ahead and swear in all staff.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Baxter, Ms. Edgar, members of the board, John Hine, Planner 1, Oldham County Planning and Development Services. As the Secretary just read, an application has been filed by Greenberg Enterprises for a preliminary subdivision plan with 123 lots on property located at 3104 and 3112 Cedar Point Road in Buckner. The property is in totality 82.92 acres, zoned R2 Residential District and CO1 Conservation District. Again, the zoning CO1 and R2, the existing land use is agricultural or undeveloped. There is 123 proposed single-family residential lots, and the total acreage is 82.92 acres. For our case history, the pre-application meeting was in March 13th, 2026, the neighborhood meeting on the 16th of that same month of March, technical review committee meeting on the 15th of April. The agenda was posted to the planning website on the 29th of May. Adjoining property owner notices mailed on the 1st of June, and public notice appeared in the Oldham Era on the 4th of June. For our site history, in 1985, the property owner submitted a zoning map amendment application, docket 1349, to rezone the property from R2 low-density residential to I2 heavy industrial. The applicant withdrew that application on July 19th of the same year, 1985. On August 24th of 1993, the Oldham County Planning Commission denied docket 2143 for a preliminary subdivision plan for Cedar Grove Place subdivision to allow the applicant 30 days to discuss concerns with neighbors and the opportunity to reapply for the subdivision request. The That proposal was for 60 lots on septic. Many of the concerns were with septic use and screening from the adjacent factory. In 1997, the property owner submitted a zoning map amendment, docket 2726, to rezone the property again from R2 to I2 heavy industrial. On August 27th of 1997, that zoning map amendment application was withdrawn as well. And then in July of 2004, a minor plat was approved by staff to create parcel number 31-00-003A. These are the lots in discussion that make up this project, outlined in red with some remaining residual residential lots kind of tucked in there. This is the zoning of R2 for almost the entirety of it, with the CO1 sliver down in this corner portion here. And this is the plan that was included with your packets, showing the entrance from Cedar Point Road, slightly different orientation from the map you just saw, Cedar Point Road being up here, and then the entrance to the subdivision. And you'll see, and I'll note this later, that this is the line dividing the R2 and the CO1. CO1, excuse me. So there's no proposed development in this CO1 section of the property. This is just some groundwork photos from Google Maps showing the lay of the land with some of the existing residences in front, with the bulk of the development occurring back behind there. Again, not the best picture, but looking towards one of the existing lots listed in that application, and then behind there is the area that's slated for the development. The Oldham County Future Land Use Map of 2025 predicts that the use of this tract will be single-family future subdivision, and the proposed plan appears to be in conformance with all zoning and subdivision regulations. For our floodplain ordinance, no portion of the site is within the 100-year floodplain of either the 2021 or the 2025 FEMA floodplain map. And then for the agency comments, those TRC comments should be included in your packet for review. The applicant is proposing a preliminary subdivision plan comprised of 123 lots on approximately 82.92 acres. The applicant is not asking for any waivers or variances with this project. The property is zoned R2 Residential District and CO1 Conservation District. As noted before, no construction is proposed to occur within the CO1 Conservation District. The lots will be single-family residential and will range in size from 12,000 square feet to 31,029 square feet. There are proposed 27.4 acres of open space within this project. The access to the subdivision will be via Cedar Point Road. The Oldham County Board of Education determined that the maximum number of lots per year is going to be 28. This development would net 15 students by their calculations. According to Oldham County Subdivision Regulations, Section 5.3C, Classification Part 3C, a second entrance or exit to a higher order street is required whenever a development generates an ADT, average daily trip, greater than 2,000 vehicles. If the entire subdivision or entire development generates a total ATT greater than 4,000, a third entrance or exit to a higher order street is required. According to the traffic impact study provided by the applicant, this site generates 1,258 ADT, below that threshold for a second entrance. Here we have the ordinances from R2 showing that minimum lot width and minimum lot size, as well as the CO1, although no development is occurring within that CO1 section. And again, just for everyone's edification, that ordinance there with the second entrance requirement that they don't quite meet the threshold for. In summary, the applicant is requesting approval of the preliminary subdivision plan for 123 lots across 82.92 acres. Proposed binding elements are that the approval only applies to the plan presented at today's June 23rd, 2026 Oldham County Planning Commission public hearing. There shall be no division of any lot into a greater number of lots without review by the Oldham County Planning Commission. The preliminary plan must comply with all established federal, state, and county ordinances and requirements at the time of construction plan approval, and that the maximum number of building permits per year is 28 per Oldham County Board of Education. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you. Mr. Silliman?
Good morning. Jim Silliman, Oldham County Engineer. I'm going to scroll back and use one of John's slides. So since the technical review committee meeting, it doesn't seem the plan has changed. I think the date was still the same. So if you read my comments from the TRC, Technical Review Committee, in your packets, those comments still apply. Most of them, or a lot of them, are detail natured, and we would address during a construction plan review, but we try and still get those out in the open or out forward during this review phase. Some of them I did want to focus on, though, some of the more broad-ranging topics for this review. As is typical for a subdivision of this size, disturbs greater than 1 acre, so the applicant will be required to obtain a stormwater quality management and erosion control permit from our office. That involves them submitting construction plans when they're prepared. With those construction plans, calculations are provided that show the detention or retention ponds for stormwater meet our county ordinances, our ordinance to address both the detention and retention for post and pre-construction stormwater, as well as erosion control management and retaining silt and sediment on site. They would also be required to obtain a KYR 10 permit. It's a land disturbance permit from the Kentucky Division of Water. There are blue line streams on the site. It appears they've situated the lots so as not to disturb those, but if there is any disturbance or impact identified to those streams when we review construction plans, we'll ensure that the applicant gets appropriate permitting from the Division of Water and the Army Corps of Engineers. In the notes, you'll see that I made a comment about a proposed access, a second entrance. Of course, as John mentioned, based on our regulations, it's not required, but we had discussed with the applicant potentially making an entrance here for emergency use only. We do recognize that this is not a public right-of-way. This is the YMCA parking lot. So I think I can make an assumption why they've not included that, but I'll let the applicant speak to that more. And right now, it's shown as a pedestrian access to connect over there. With regard to the traffic impact study, we recognize that the portion of the road here that the entrance is on is state maintained, and the other, I think, critical intersection would be the intersection of Cedar Point Road with 146. It's also an intersection of 2 state routes, so we'll rely on the Kentucky Transportation to make any comments on that. I don't think they're here today, and we haven't received any comments, but they do have that report. And when it comes time for construction plan review, if they do require any improvements to those intersections, the applicant would have to adhere to those, but right now it's showing none. Additionally, I think it's notable, and these are in my comments from TRC again, that back in March, the Transportation Cabinet did host an open house for a corridor study of 146. That study, it's a planning study to encompass the road from 329B in Crestwood all the way to 393. So just for your awareness, the Cabinet is looking at, from a planning level, potential improvements to that corridor. Lastly, there have been some comments about the speed on Cedar Point Road and a new entrance being placed here. From 146 to, if you know where Grand Villa subdivision is, around that entrance, the speed's 45 miles an hour. Beyond there, it's 55. We have, at the request of constituents in the area, we've made a request to KYTC to perform a traffic speed study in the area. That was made a couple weeks ago, so we don't have the results yet, but they're aware that there is this proposed development to factor into their study, and we'll let them address that. Thank you.
Any other presentation by the staff? Seeing none. Commissioners, any questions for the staff? Yes.
Question on the calculation to the impact to the school system. It's clearly stated that the grant would be for 28 units per year, but the note following that said would net 15 students. Is that 15 students per year or for the entirety of the project?
I would have to defer to the school board based on that for that calculation. I believe they anticipate 15 per year for the project, but I don't know for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Allen?
In the traffic impact study, I didn't see anything in there addressing the congestion at the schools there in Buckner, where this is going to be exiting out into. Has that been addressed in any of the traffic studies? Do you know, Mr. Silliman?
So I don't think it has. I think that's a great question for the applicant. And I will say, though, that, when we look at these traffic studies, there's a radius or a distance from the project we have to keep in mind, and sometimes those critical intersections get outside of that radius or distance.
Don't go far. Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Silliman, question for you. You talked about the request has been made to KYTC to look at that speed.
Yes.
What kind of time frame does that response usually take?
The last one we requested was for Fieble Lane, and we had a response within several weeks. So I would think in the next week or two we'll have something.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Ms. Thompson.
Isn't the school report usually included in our packet? That would answer that question about and I didn't see it in there. And he's not here today.
Usually that would be included in there if they've already taken that to the board for their approval. A lot of times he will go ahead and give us that sheet and we would put in your packet, but I'm not sure if you have anything, if you've received it from him. But we put that in there as a binding element, so it's set in stone at 28 per year.
We have not received anything from Mr. Williams as far as a formal report.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? All right. Seeing none, we will move on to presentation by the applicant. If you would have anyone stand and be sworn in that may give testimony.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And we will have a 50-minute time frame for presentation.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Cliff Ashburner. I'm with the law firm of Dinsmore and Scholl. Our office is 101 South 5th Street, Louisville 40202. Here today on behalf of Greenberg Enterprises to talk with you about this standard subdivision. As Mr. Hine mentioned, the subdivision that's before you today is one without any variances or waivers. So we comply completely with the zoning ordinance as well as the subdivision regulations. I have with me Derek Triplett. I think will probably be doing most of the talk about the plan. He's with Land Design and Development. And then Diane Zimmerman will be talking to you about her traffic impact study. So some of this will be repetitive, and I apologize for that. The property is zoned R2 and CO1. As Mr. Hine mentioned, R2, the minimum lot size is 12,000 square feet. All of the lots that are proposed here either meet or exceed that threshold and are appropriately sized and shaped according to the zoning. And the CO1 portion of the site really is left in open space, so it's not being developed. The future land use map shows the property as a single-family residential subdivision, which is, of course, the proposed development before you today. This is the proposed development in context. You can see on the top of the page, so on this view, north is to my left, your right. I guess it would be your left as well. So I'll just talk about it as kind of the top of the page, bottom of the page, left and right. Top of the page, you have Quality Place, the variety of uses there on Quality Place. Over on the right, you've got another subdivision that's somewhat similar. On the left-hand side, obviously across Cedar Point, you've got Stonefield Trace, you've got Grand Villa, and then further down in the corner there, you've got the Commons of Cedar Point, which is probably the newest of the subdivisions in the area. The proposal does have the access point on Cedar Point Road. We have been in contact with Mr. Silliman about that speed study. We're completely supportive of reducing the speed on Cedar Point Road, especially in this area. And I frankly think the further you get away from LaGrange Road, the narrower the road gets, and the less 55 miles an hour makes sense to me anyway. So this is the proposed development plan. One thing I did just want to mention before Derek gets up and kind of runs through the plan, there was a comment made at TRC about the connection to the YMCA. And as you can see on the plan before you, we are reserving a strip in order to facilitate that connection. We have begun the conversation with the YMCA, but we have not concluded it yet. So while that is shown on the plan and while we are happy to reserve that area, we do not yet have an agreement with the YMCA that would allow emergency access. We think those discussions will continue and we hope that they will be fruitful. But as I stand here before you today, we can do what we can do on our site, which is to create the conditions for the connection in the future. But obviously we cannot bind the YMCA. So with that, I'm going to ask Derek to get up and kind of walk you through the details of the plan.
And if I can ask, when you get up to speak, if you'll state your name and address for the record.
Yes, ma'am. Derek Triplett, Land Design and Development, 503 Washburn Avenue, 40222. So the overall property here is 83 acres. We are creating 2 residual tracts that will be not part of this subdivision. That leaves the subdivision itself at 77.5 acres. Just to sort of set the stage here, as Cliff and John had both mentioned, the majority of the site is zoned R2. It's about 70.4 acres of R2 ground, and then an additional 7 acres of CO1 conservation zoning. That conservation zoning takes place on the right-hand portion of your screen here and incorporates the Darby Fork stream running through there. We have a total of 123 lots. As has been mentioned, we have 2 different lot sizes throughout the development for 2 separate types of building prototypes. One of the lots being 95 feet wide. You'll find those on the front of the subdivision. Lots 1 through 36 on that plan are those larger lots. And then towards the back of the subdivision are 80-foot wide lots. There's 87 of those, and conversely, 36 of the 95-foot wide lots. The average lot size for this property is about 15,000 square feet. John had mentioned the range, the minimum lot size being 12,000 square feet, the largest of which being 31,000 square feet. So a good range of different lot sizes to incorporate some of these different products that the builder has in mind. From an open space standpoint, we're providing 27.5 acres of open space. It's about 35% of the site, so a significant allotment of the property being reserved for open space. Portions of that obviously being within the conservation zone, but there are portions of the R2 zone that are also part of that open space number. We do have 2 streams coming through the site. I had mentioned Darby Fork that's on the right-hand side of the page that is being left in its natural state. We have another stream running down the middle, sort of middle left-hand running up and down on this plan. We are leaving that untouched as well. We will have a crossing, as you can see, over that stream, but for the most part, other than that and a sanitary sewer crossing, that stream will be kept intact. From a stormwater standpoint, we have 2 different detention basins. As we have these 2 different streams, we kind of have 2 different watersheds within this property. And so we have 2 different detention basins in those locations. And what we've done with these basins, we would consider these a side saddle basin as opposed to being in line with these streams. When you do an inline detention basin, you detain within the banks of that stream. That's not the case here. In an effort to maintain that stream in its natural state, we have these to the side of that stream to where we're collecting that stormwater and then releasing that after it's been through a water quality treatment back into the stream at a rate that is equal to or lesser than the rate in which water leaves the site today. This property will be served by sanitary sewers. There's an existing pump station upstream on the top side of the plan we're looking at here. That pump station will be taken offline, a new pump station built on this subject site, and then pumped back up to where that existing pump station takes sewers now. So that's been worked out with MSD and in conjunction with Oldham County Engineering to provide sewers to this site. And I think that's really the high points I wanted to hit here. I'll give it back to Cliff, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'm going to ask Diane Zimmerman to come up and talk a little bit about her traffic study and some of the other study efforts that are occurring in the area.
Good morning, Diane Zimmerman, 12803 High Meadows Pike, Prospect 40059. We're going to start this morning reviewing the area that's being included in the Transportation Cabinet study that Mr. Silliman mentioned. You can see the highlighted section adjacent to this project is from the interstate up through the school campus. The state is currently identifying the alternatives and solutions to trying to minimize the congestion that occurs around school arrival and dismissal. I think it's also important to note that the Kentucky 393 construction project is finally, and I can say finally because I worked on that project in 2005. So here we are in 2026 and we're finally gotten to construction. So that is also going to change the traffic patterns in and around the school complex, and that project is scheduled to be open to traffic in 2029. So there are lots of changes getting ready to happen in this vicinity. The second slide that we are highlighting for you is the crash data that was obtained in that study that the state is doing, so that you can see the bigger the red dot, the higher the crash rate. But generally speaking, I would describe this as a fairly low crash corridor with the exception around the school campus. The traffic impact study was submitted and reviewed. It includes the 123 units. As mentioned, the scope of the study, as Mr. Silliman stated, was reviewed by the Transportation Cabinet as well as himself to determine which intersections should be included in the analysis. My conclusion is that based on the amount of traffic generated for this subdivision and the completion year of 2030, there would be a minor impact. All of the approaches evaluated operate at level of service C or better. Therefore, no mitigation is necessary because of this development.
I'll just put this up for the rest of this. So as you've heard, you heard from Mr. Triplett, you've heard now from Ms. Zimmerman, and as you heard from Mr. Hine, this proposal that is before you is well within the boundaries of the R2 zoning and the CO1 zoning. They contemplate single-family development. The future land use map here contemplates single-family development. The trips that are going to be generated are well below, like 60% of the requirement for a second entrance. Our client is more than happy to work. As I said, we cannot bind the YMCA. We can create the conditions on our property in order to facilitate that connection, but obviously we cannot make the YMCA create the connection. But we are engaged in those discussions. With that, I will leave it to questions or testimony from the opposition. I think that, and I'll just mention this, KRS 100-275 talks about how to judge a subdivision application, objective requirements applied ministerially. I think every requirement that has been applied to the proposed development this development is satisfied. And so I would ask for your affirmative vote when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak in favor of the application? All right, seeing none. Is there anyone here who would like to speak or ask questions in opposition of the application? You'll come on up, and when you get here, if you will state your name and address for the record, and we'll swear you in as well.
Martha Vocone, 2500 Fieldstone Drive.
If we'll pull that mic really close, it's hard, and we'll state your name one more time.
Martha Vocone, 2500 Fieldstone Drive,
Great.
LaGrange, Kentucky, 40031.
Wonderful, and we can get you to raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
These are actually questions. Is that okay?
That
now?
is okay.
Okay. So I have three. One is for the YMCA entrance. Is that going to be big enough for fire trucks? That was one. Two is the entrance choice. The maps are difficult to see where that's actually going to be prepared, but I live in the subdivision across the street, and I was wondering why that was chosen, where it's going directly into a house. Why wasn't it chosen to be into the green space? And the third question is, what are the assumptions that were made on the number of trips of cars? Because most families have 2 cars. They're going to have school children. My family, it doesn't have school children at the moment, and we make a lot more than 3 trips a day. So I just want to know what those assumptions were. No.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak or ask questions? All right, seeing none. Commissioners, this is our moment. If you have questions that you would like to ask at this time of anyone who has presented, whether that be staff or applicant or those who have spoken. Yes.
Madam Chair, just a question for the developer. Construction access to and from the site, what are you proposing for construction access at this point?
Access would come from the main entryway. Yes, sir.
Another question for you, similar to that. You say there's no construction going to be done in the conservation zone. Will there be any disturbance in there and changes during the construction?
At this time, we don't anticipate that. We do have a detention basin that's just north of the conservation zone. We do believe that the construction efforts for that detention basin will take place outside of the zone. Obviously, we haven't done full civil construction plans at this point, but what we represent on this plan from a tree preservation standpoint is our full intent of the areas of disturbance. So we fully intend to maintain and preserve all the tree canopy within that conservation zone.
Any other questions, Mr. Allison? Okay. Mr.
Chairman.
Hampton.
Quick question, I am not sure. Did we ever get sanitary sewer approval, or is that still pending? Did they say they can handle that capacity, or is it still pending, according to the packet?
We're currently working with MSD on that as we work through taking the pump station offline and designing the one on site. It's a work in progress.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hampton.
I think it would be appropriate for the applicant to address the 3 questions that the lady asked, if that would be okay.
Please.
So I did want to confirm with my client on these answers real quick. So as far as the entrance to the YMCA, that's something that we're negotiating right now. We are more than happy to make the entrance or make that access way constructed in a way that it can handle a fire truck. So it may not appear like a roadway, but it would be sized and designed in order to handle a fire apparatus. As far as the entrance location, I think the entrance location was chosen because that's where we have frontage right now. I don't know if Derek would like to comment on that. And then as far as the traffic assumptions, I would ask Diane if she could come up and respond to those. I can give you the layman's answer, but I'll let the expert answer.
Just to add to the entrance location, Cliff's right, that is our area of frontage. We do have some additional frontage where we have residual track 3 located, but topographic and environmental constraints really prevent us having our entrance at that location. And I actually think going in that direction down Cedar Point Road would be in front of additional houses compared to where we have our entrance now. So it's the frontage aspect, but it's also topographic and environmental constraints as well.
The traffic data used comes from the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual, the 12th edition. It is based on hundreds of studies collected across the United States. Every count I've ever done in Oldham County at a subdivision entrance matches it within a tenth of a trip. I found it to be extremely reliable. The daily data is almost 10 trips per household, not 2, as was stated in the question. So a good rule of thumb is you take the number of lots, multiply it by 10, that's the daily trips. It may vary up or down depending on the size of the subdivision slightly from that, but that's, a good quick math. All of us, I think, can multiply by 10. So,
Thank you. Commissioners, other questions? I'm looking. Mr. Douglas.
LD&D. You want to come up? And maybe staff can answer this also. On it's currently zoned R2, correct?
Correct.
So our minimum frontage lot size are
80 is the minimum.
80 is the minimum.
Yes, sir.
Does it document where that minimum lot frontage is? Because on some of your lots, you have it from end of the property line to the roadage frontage.
Right.
And then some you have set back, which I don't know how far it sets back on your lot, but most of your frontage on a lot of these lots are 70 feet. But I don't know how far off it goes from the road frontage back onto the lot.
Yes, great question. So the lot width is measured at the front setback line, which is a 35-foot front yard. And so especially on cul-de-sac lots where it's more of a pie-shaped, we draw a tangent line across that setback line, and we make sure we have the frontage requirement at that point.
Okay. On all corner lots, or are you just doing it just on the corner lots or other lots besides the corner lots?
That's the requirement for all lots, is that your width is measured at that setback line. Excuse me.
From 35 feet. So in other words, if you are 20 feet from the road frontage on a square lot, and it's 71 feet, you got to go down 35 feet before the 35 feet. Are you following my question? Because I guess I'm not trying to be difficult, but if I was picking out a lot, let's just say lot 112.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Maybe that's not a good one because that's over 80 feet, I believe. But if I look at lot 120, I believe that looks like it's 78 feet from the road frontage, correct?
Right. So, and
It's not a corner lot, though, correct?
Correct. And so on all lots, the width is measured at that setback line. The issue where you really run into constraints is when you're on the outside of a curve of a road, because your lot lines have to be perpendicular to the center line of that road. So that creates these pie-shaped, wedge-shaped type of lots. And so, not to speak on behalf of staff or the intent of the regulation, but I believe the intent of the regulation is to dictate a certain width of a building pad, and that building pad is going to take place beyond that front yard setback. So they want to make sure you have that 80-foot width at that point, because that determines the size house pad that's going to fit on that lot.
Correct. So basically, when you're trying to build on an 80-foot width frontage, you're going to be set back from 35 feet wherever the point of line of that 80 feet is, correct? Or are you going to set the pad 35 feet from where the road frontage is?
Correct. The pad sits 35 feet back from the right-of-way line. And that's where you have your minimum lot width requirement.
So some houses are set forward, some houses are set backward? No.
All of the houses will be consistent setback at that 35 foot.
Okay. I got you
Does
now.
that answer? Okay.
No, I just, when you look at these, I just want people to understand that when somebody says, some shows 78 feet road frontage, and then you go down 2 to 3 lots, and you don't see that, you'll just see 80 feet, and you do not see the other footage in between, because you're saying it's due to the fact of, I mean, if somebody's looking at your site development plan, you would see that on lot 120, you have 80 feet from point to side,
Right.
but if you add up the front row frontage, it is 68 or 78 feet.
Yes, sir. And staff actually had a question to that point as far as making sure we were labeling lots that did not have that frontage. And so if you'll see, and you probably have the most updated plan on lots 92, 91, 90, you'll see that we've drawn a tangent line at that setback line to show the 80-foot width at those points. So that kind of speaks to your question.
Got it.
Also, I want to elaborate too. It's important that we use, correct terms. And so in the R2, there isn't a road frontage requirement. There is a minimum lot width requirement, and that's at the building limit line, which is that front setback line. So when we use the terms road frontage, that's something we see in agricultural conservation zoning that's based on the minimum lot size. In the R2, it's a minimum lot width at the building limit line. So it's important too that we're using correct terms in those instances for those who have questions.
Got it. One other additional question. When you were talking about, I don't know who wants to answer it, but you were talking about the fact that the access for the emergency vehicle, do you know what width? I saw 30 feet but you said it would not be like a roadway, it would be something else. What do you mean by that?
Well, there are a variety of ways that you can create an emergency access, and I've seen it done multiple ways. Generally, the most important piece is that it's able to hold the weight. So in order to prevent it from being used necessarily as a roadway, as a cut-through of some kind, you might make a narrower strip in the middle that appears more like a 10-foot wide multi-use path or something like that, and line either side of it with pavers or other materials that would hold a fire truck. We haven't gotten to the final design of what that access looks like because, as I mentioned, we've just we're engaged in the conversation with the YMCA, but we haven't concluded it yet. And I know the Y, based on my conversation I had in the hallway earlier, wanted to ensure that construction traffic didn't come through that area. And so I think there's going to be a little bit more conversation about exactly what that connection looks like. But the idea, the commitment from our client is that if we're able to use that as emergency access, so just so everybody understands what that would mean, that would be gated at the property line with a gate that the fire department approves so it can open it in time of need. And then the access from the property line to the roadway would be constructed in a way that would support fire apparatus. We have not yet figured out exactly what that's going to look like, but we think 30 feet is enough space in order to accommodate that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Fisher.
I have a quick question, and I'm going to start by apologizing because this isn't the first time I've seen these plans, so I apologize for bringing this up now. But my question is about Lot 1, and maybe I didn't really realize this until I look at the plans this close and look at them up there. Is there a reason for Lot 1? I didn't know if that looks like possibly like a model home location, but I'm just looking at it, and you've got open space leading into the subdivision, and then you've got more open space there because of the blue line stream where you can't build homes. I don't understand why Lot 1 is positioned there. It seems like that's an impact on Mr. Meredith there to have one house directly behind that and then no houses after that. So my question just revolves around lot one, is I don't see the intent of it.
Understood. And as you correctly mentioned, there are some constraints caused by the stream along the backside of lots 1 through 6. And so the area between lots 1 and 2 really gets too encumbered by that topography and by the proximity of that stream to create lots in that area. And so there was an opportunity to place a lot where we do have number 1, because those constraints alleviate themselves at that point. And so that's how we arrived at that lot being placed there.
Do we have additional questions? All right. Seeing none, we will move into any rebuttal or cross-examination by the opposition. If you would like to come back up and speak at all, you're welcome. Okay. So then we will move into the rebuttal and cross-examine by the applicant. All right.
Is it possible to just go to
Head
final
right
statement?
into final statement.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think the discussion that we've engaged in today, which is obviously a continuation of the discussion that our client has had with the staff and relevant agencies, has led us, or led me anyway, to the conclusion that the subdivision, as the staff has recognized in its staff report, complies with all the zoning requirements and with the subdivision regulations. I have appreciated all of the questions. I always like to keep Derek on his toes, so thank you for that. And with that, I would ask that you vote in the affirmative to approve the preliminary subdivision. Thank you all.
All right, thank you. At this time, we're going to close for public comment and move into motions. Are there, Mr. Fisher, would you like to frame this up for us?
Yes, on page 3 of your staff packet, you have suggested motions to approve or deny the preliminary subdivision plan. As the applicant stated, there's no waivers or variances for this, so it's just simply a motion to either approve or deny the preliminary subdivision plan based on the evidence and testimony that you've heard here before you today. There were 4 original proposed binding elements, and then as listening to testimony, I've come up with another 2 that we could possibly think about. So those proposed binding elements include the following. The approval applies only to the plan presented at the June 23rd, 2026 Oldham County Planning Commission public hearing. There shall be no subdivision of any lot into a greater number of lots without review by the Oldham County Planning Commission. Number 3, the preliminary plan must comply with all established federal, state, and county ordinances and requirements at the time of construction plan approval. And number 4, the maximum number of building permits per year is 28 per Oldham County Board of Education. The 5th one is we talked about that connection to the YMCA, and the applicant did talk to me about this prior, but I thought after listening to testimony that we should probably put in a binding element on that. So what I've got right now is if a connection to the YMCA is finalized, the plan shall include a properly sized connection for emergency vehicle use and pedestrian access only. And then number 6, because I don't know the timetable of when that connection would be put in, I would like to see a binding element that just states no construction traffic will be allowed through the Oldham County YMCA property. If the applicant would agree to those.
Yes, we can agree to those.
Thank you. Commissioners? Any other discussion points?
A question for Mr. Fisher, I believe.
Yes.
Binding element number 3, the preliminary plan must comply with all established federal, state, county. That would cover the sanitary sewer approval yet still?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions regarding the binding elements? All right, commissioners, we'll move into motions. Is there someone wishing to make a motion at this time?
Madam Chair, As regards docket PZ-26-007, I move for approval of the preliminary subdivision plan based because it complies with the objectives of the comprehensive plan, the zoning ordinance, and the subdivision regulations, and based on evidence and testimony provided today. My motion would include the 6 proposed binding elements just read by Mr. Fisher.
Second.
We do, Madam Chairman.
We will move into roll call vote.
Ms. Davis? Mr. Douglas?
Yes.
Mr. Elder?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Mr. Hampton?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Hayes? Yes. Mr. Allison?
Yes.
And Mr. Marsh?
Yes.
Docket PZ-26-007 is approved by a vote of 11 to 0. All right, as we reset for our next docket. Good. You ready? I think so. All right, Ms. Edgar.
Docket PZ-26-010, an application has been filed by Prime Property Development Company, LLC, for a development plan on property located at 2000 block of South Highway 393, LaGrange. The
Morning
property
again.
is 51 acres in Zone PUD, Planned Unit Development District.
Excuse me, Ms. Ecker. Good morning again. John Hine, Planner 1. As the Secretary has just read, this is an applicant filed by Prime Property Development Co., LLC, for a development plan on property located at South 393 and Commerce Parkway in Buckner. It is a planned unit development, in this case known as Buckner Crossings. Zoning is PUD, the existing land use is undeveloped, and the total acreage is 51 acres. For our site history, in January of 2006, Oldham County Planning Commission voted 11 to 1 to approve recommendation of a zoning map amendment and master plan for proposed planned unit development known as Buckner Crossings. In March of 2006, Oldham County Fiscal Court approved a zoning map amendment to rezone the property as PUD, planned unit development, with a vote of 8 to 0 to 1, and that was KOC 06-930369. For our case history, this was heard at the Technical Review Committee in the 21st of January. The case was posted to the planning website on the 29th of May. Adjoining property notices were mailed on the 2nd of June, and public notice appeared in the ERA on the 4th of June as well. This is the lot in discussion. You'll recognize the corner of 393, South 393, and Commerce Parkway here, with the now developed Kroger lot over on this side. The zoning districts, as this blue here representing the Buckner Crossings, PUD, and various commercial and industrial districts across the road. The Oldham County Future Land Use 2025 map predicts that the use of this tract will be mixed use. The proposed plan meets all standards in the Buckner Crossings Master Plan. You can see your staff packet for the TRC comments that were provided by the agencies at the TRC meeting. The applicant has submitted a development plan for a proposed home improvement store and proposed grocery store / liquor store combination. The property is zoned PUD, Planned Unit Development District, known as Buckner Crossings. The proposed home improvement store is 101,504 square feet and has 358 parking spaces, with a minimum of 358 and a maximum of 538 allowed. The proposed grocery store is 55,453 square feet, the attached liquor store being 3,200 square feet, and combined, they have 296 parking spaces shown on the plan with a minimum of 238 and a maximum of 298 to be allowed. The traffic generated from this site is greater than 100 peak hour trips onto a road with greater than 2,000 average daily trips, meeting the requirement for Planning Commission approval. That's just included because that's why it's here before you all right now, is that traffic generation number. The plan appears to conform with all regulations in the Buckner Crossings Master Plan. Here is the plan that was included in your packet, the proposed home improvement store, the proposed grocery store and liquor store, parking lots, and the concurring accesses from 393 and from Commerce Parkway. This is just a little site layout. This is that corner intersection here, Buckner, McDonald's, and Kroger to your right on the screen there. The lot in discussion at this corner of that intersection there. Again, looking back at it from that McDonald's area towards the lot in discussion where that proposed grocery store, liquor store will be with the home improvement store behind it. And one more, looking down, this is just that 393 realignment that we've all been anxiously awaiting for and discussing, showing right here. And that is where I believe they intend to take access to. And I'll allow you to speak with the applicant about how the construction of that roadway impacts the plans and timeline. In summary, the applicant is requesting approval of a development plan for the home improvement and grocery store with the combined liquor store, on 51 acres at property located in South Highway 393 and Commerce Parkway in Buckner. For our proposed binding elements, the approval applies only to the plan presented at today's June 23rd, 2026 Oldham County Planning Commission public hearing. There shall be no changes to the plan without review by the Oldham County Planning Commission Engineer's Office. The plan must comply with all established federal, state, and county ordinances and requirements and comply with all necessary easement restrictions at the time of construction plan approval, and that a landscape and lighting plan must be approved by Planning and Development staff as well as the Buckner Crossings Architectural Review Committee. That's all from my side of things.
Thank you. Mr. Silliman.
Hello again. Jim Silliman, Oldham County Engineer. So as with the previous docket item, all our comments from TRC, or most of our comments remain the same because some of those comments are detailed construction comments, but more generally, for the sake of the audience here, in case you aren't aware of our processes, I know you are, this site does disturb more than 1 acre, and as such, the applicant will be required to obtain a stormwater management and erosion control plan from our office, as well as a KYR 10 land disturbance plan from the Kentucky Division of Water. This one's a little interesting in that the LD&D, Land Design and Development, the engineer has already provided detention, 3 regional basins in the vicinity of this project, which we have approved. We will revisit those approved plans because I think this plan actually changes the impervious surface a little bit. But that's something we can certainly do for the construction plan phase. Those basins, in the previous docket item we talked about, or at least Derek Triplett talked about, inline and saddle basins. These were or are inline basins, which are approvable. It's just they can't be used for sediment control. So construction for this facility would have to have individual temporary sediment basins or some other controls to maintain that construction site runoff. Probably I think the biggest question here is traffic impact, but again, similar to the previous project, this is going to be significantly impacted by the realignment of 393, as shown on the plans here. The only difference I see from this entrance, as shown on this plan, and the entrance that's included in the 393 realignment plan is this one. You may not be able to see that little arrow, has a through arrow. Probably a difficult maneuver through this intersection, but the Transportation Cabinet does have this study, this traffic impact study, and they're reviewing it, so they'll make any comments they need to address their concerns. As I think John mentioned, with the previous approval of Buckner Crossings back in the early 2000s, a traffic impact study was provided. So much time had gone by that the state did require an update to it. So they'll review that appropriately. And again, the improvements here with added lanes will significantly change any concerns. The only other concern I had was looking at the alternate access, or the second access, we'll say, which utilizes the existing traffic signal kind of at the rear of the Kroger lot beside that Starbucks right there. I'm probably one of the minority that actually uses that traffic signal. I think everyone leaves between McDonald's and the other site. But I was, again, back to my statement, I was concerned about the need for a right turn here. And based on the traffic numbers that Ms. Zimmerman has provided using the ITE and using tools that the cabinet provides for evaluating for right turn lanes, it does not appear that one would be required here. So I'm in agreement with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking to see if we have any other staff here for presentation. And seeing none, commissioners, do we have questions for staff? Yes, Mr. Douglas first.
Mr. Silliman. Going back to the 393 realignment that's
Yes,
coming
sir.
due, you were talking about the intersection coming out on that, on the Highway 393. Are we making the assumption that KYTC will approve a single there to get out of that shopping center, or no, we're not assuming that?
No, we're not making that assumption.
Are we going to make that request? Or
No,
who
I
makes
think
that
no,
request?
I just think they need to address that through movement by, if they're also concerned with it, they would restrict it. There's not comparing the destinations. Anyone leaving the home improvement site or the grocery site, there should be, I think there's a few houses and development, industrial development on the other side. So there's not a lot of trip connectivity. It's not a high volume movement, but they need to address that. It's their roadway, not ours. I was just pointing out that one spot.
Oh, ask the applicant.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jim, if I could interrupt you just a second. Do you know if there's been any warrants filed with the state highway so far for that intersection at 393 for traffic signal?
At what location?
At the 393 location, the intersection there on 393. Have there been traffic warrants filed for a traffic
Are you talking
light?
about the intersection, this proposed entrance
Yes.
to the subdivision? Or I mean the development?
In the development, yes.
No, and I think Ms. Zimmerman's going to state that that's not warranted also.
Okay. So there's been no warrants applied for traffic signalization at that point?
No, I mean, we've got the existing traffic signal at Commerce Parkway and 393.
Yes, sir.
There will be a traffic signal when the underpass is completed and the road goes under the railroad tracks. There will be a signal and numerous added lanes at the intersection of 146.
Right.
So they might not even want signals that close.
Well, it appears to be fairly close to the Commerce Parkway signal as well. That's one of the reasons I asked. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it.
Commissioners, other questions? All right, seeing none, we'll move into presentation by the applicant. If you will go ahead and have anyone wishing to speak rise and be sworn in. Raise their right hand and be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name is John Baker. I am an attorney here in Kentucky with Bricker, Graydon, Wyatt, and we are located at 400 West Market Street, Suite 2000, Louisville, Kentucky, 40202. And I'll be here before you presenting this request for development plan approval, and alongside with me, again, Derek Triplett with LD&D will be with you to talk about the site plan. and some other topics. Justin Phelps with Prime Property Development is here. We also have a representative from the Home Improvement Store, should there be any questions about that, as well as Diane Zimmerman, who did perform the updated traffic study for this project. Thank you for your time this morning. Excited to be here to discuss with you activation for a long overdue project, the north side of the Buckner Crossings PUD, which we will be calling Buckner Commons. So Buckner Commons at Buckner Crossings. And here is a snippet from the Buckner Crossings Master Plan Report. When it was initially adopted, it was envisioned that Buckner Crossing, this PUD, a mixed-use site, and Mr. Hine did touch on the fact from a comprehensive plan standpoint, if you look through your evolution of iterations of your comprehensive plan that have been adopted, since this document was adopted, it went from PUD to mixed use. So consistently, the comprehensive plan has looked at this piece of property to be a mixed-use piece of property. And this is what the PUD was adopted for, and it had 4 areas of land uses, which we'll touch briefly on. But one thing I think it's important is this PUD was looked at as a regional and a local marketplace for goods and services. And we believe this adoption of, or approval rather, of a development plan will start improving upon that. We know the south side is activated, has more work to do, but currently the Kroger, the McDonald's, a bank, and a Starbucks are there. But we look to provide more goods and services for not only the residents that live in the area, but across 393 and west of 393, we're starting to get an increase in job sources. And we believe this is going to be a good place for those that are working there to stop through either before or after work to get goods and services. Here is the site, as Mr. Hine showed the commission, the north side of Commerce Parkway, east of 393. This is just a Google Maps aerial, not much different from what you saw. What is not shown there at the corner of 393 and Commerce on that southwest side is the Wawa that will be coming online relatively soon. So we're starting to fill out this 393 corridor. Here, moving north on 393, this is the existing access point. One thing that Prime Property Development and LD&D has been really good on is getting in front of this. They have met with both the contractors doing the work for realigning 393 as well as the contractors doing the work on the railroad. And they are going to be coordinating together as it relates to their phases of construction so that everyone knows where they're going, where entrance and exits are, and when this comes online, that it'll be a safe access point to access the development. Here's Commerce Parkway. Looking to the right is the existing entrance into the southern part of Buckner Crossings. To the left is the site. This is the intersection that Mr. Silliman just touched on. There will be a protected left turn lane once the site is ready for opening. And this is just a perspective of that. Here is the original PUD master plan exhibit. And here you can see from a land use perspective, the top area is suburban marketplace. Below that is Commerce Center. There's also a residential component and an office component. As you can see from this slide, the green boundary is the boundary of this site. That's before the Planning Commission today. In that northern portion is where the home improvement store will be. There'll be a grocery anchor as well as other outlots for commercial users. Those users have not been identified yet, but will come online to provide more goods and services from a regional and local perspective. And the suburban marketplace, as set forth in the PUD, allows all uses in the commercial center piece as well. So this is your commercial side of the PUD relating to both Commerce Parkway and 393. We believe once this is up and running, it's really going to be a draw for residential rooftops. Spoke just a bit ago about more employment centers, but eventually this will be built out so that folks can come and go without relying on a vehicle every time they want to go and get goods and services. We will have bike parking on the site plan. There will be pedestrian connections. We will have a connection, both vehicular and pedestrian, from our commercial center to the east, which will be eventually the residential component of the PUD. So we have connectivity here that will allow folks to get mobile without 100% reliance on a vehicle. At this point of the presentation, I would like to invite Derek Triplett up to touch on the site plan, things we've looked at working with Oldham County Planning. We've had a number of meetings with Oldham County Planning just on this development plan application so that we can make sure that the plan does comply with the guidelines of the PUD Master Plan Report. Mr. Triplett.
Thanks, John. Derek Triplett, Land Design and Development, 503 Washburn Avenue, 40222. So John and staff here have done a great job of sort of setting the stage here. I'll just see what I can add to that overall conversation. And so here we've got our proposal, our proposed site plan to bring to fruition this PUD that has been in the thoughts of Oldham County for quite some time now. The overall tract that this parcel sits on, the overall tract is 64 acres. What we're showing here in the boundaries of this site plan is almost 30 acres, 29.9 acres. And so this is set up, as you would see, most commercial developments that we've worked on here and in other places are set up in a similar way, where you have your big box anchor stores towards the rear of the site and your smaller out parcel users along the front. So to sort of piggyback off of where John left this off as far as defining the suburban marketplace portion of the site compared to the commercial center, the suburban marketplace portion of the site is where the home improvement store sits. And so that's what we're calling the north outlot on this site plan. That's 12.75 acres. That's the larger building on the left-hand side of this plan. Within the commercial center will be the grocery store, the smaller building footprint on the right-hand side towards the back of the lot, and then all of the out parcels that we show would also sit within that commercial center area. We'll get into, I don't know, this probably is not the best slide to get into the 393 coordination. I think I'll save that for something further down the line, but let me move forward from here. So this gets into a little bit more detail as to the numbers associated with this proposal here, the size of the lots, the size of the buildings situated on those lots. Mr. Hines had gone through all of those numbers, so I won't spend too much time reiterating that. One thing I do want to point out here, because it's easy to see-ish, on the left-hand side of this, you can see a red dashed line running up that green area. That is a temporary construction easement for the CSX Railroad in conjunction with the 393 project. And so we have had a lot of conversation with the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet, their contractors, as well as CSX to make sure the timing of these projects works out and just make sure we're all on the same page, because it's all mutually beneficial for all those parties involved. Within that temporary construction easement, that portion of the project is part of phase one of this 393 project. And phase one is essentially going on right now through the end of the year. As part of phase one, they are going to keep blasting in that perspective that John had showing going down 393. You could see the rock wall in the background where they've stopped the excavation associated with 393. As part of phase one, they're going to continue pushing into that hillside and get as close as they can to the CSX Railroad within a certain allowance. What they're going to do is they're going to set up a seismograph at the CSX Railroad to make sure they're monitoring the level of sway or any disruptions that the blasting associated with that excavation may cause, and then they're going to stop. And that will be as far as they're going to excavate on phase one. Another thing they're going to do with phase one is that's where the runaround of the railroad is going to take place. So what they have to do is they have to reroute and reorient and build a new runaround rail line to go around on the south side of the railroad within that temporary construction easement that we see, to go ahead and take that up and around 146 and 393 to make sure that they can accommodate the future phases. The benefit here for this specific project that we're talking about is that that's part of phase one of the 393 project. And so that will happen prior to construction efforts for this development. So that was a big concern of ours from a timing standpoint, that we wouldn't have construction traffic driving through our parking lot to work on this project while the store is open. So we've coordinated that, and we're pleased that the railroad effort is part of phase one. The full 393 underneath the railroad and lowering the 146, that's part of phase 5. That happens further down the line. I think the year was 2028, 2029, when that full completion of the underpass will be complete. But the access point to 393 is in place now. There's that stub existing into this property line, and we will continue coordinating with KYTC through all appropriate permitting efforts and everything involved in that. There will be bonds placed for any work within the right-of-way, and we'll have to comply with any regulations or standards that Kentucky State Transportation Cabinet may impose. We do have another access point over on Commerce Parkway, where Jim had mentioned that we do have a proposed left turn lane at that existing traffic light. That area is already sort of striped where that left turn lane would take place. And so this is just the area in context. Will help to further communicate where our access points take place in relation to the Kroger and the Starbucks on the other side of Commerce Parkway, as well as exhibiting that the access point on 393 is currently in place for this project. We'll just run through some of our building renderings here. So here are the ideas of the product that's been created by the users for these two big boxes. And then here's our overall master signage plan. Two signs located at the access point on 393 and another shopping center master plan sign located at the access point off of Commerce Parkway. The signage as well as the building elevations are subject to approval by the Architectural Review Committee. That's an element of this master plan PUD, that there is a separate authority that approves those factors. They'll approve the landscape plan, signage plans, as well as building elevations. And John?
Thank you, Derek. And if I can, just for 1 second, revisit the last slide that was before you and just hit one more time on, this commission's charge for this. This is a unique development plan because it's a part of a PUD. And with the PUD, you have a master plan that controls guidelines, details, design. And this is the master plan report for Buckner Crossings. And I wanted to put the site plan back up because there's other things on that site plan that touch upon the guidelines required by this Buckner Crossings master plan. One, from a landscaping standpoint, Derek is required to put together a landscape plan that will be reviewed and approved. But for these larger parking lots, they're broken up with landscape islands, and that's a requirement that's in this guideline for the master plan report, as well as lighting too. Lighting must be shielded, directed down, not against adjacent properties. And then also a big set of guidelines in this master plan report are the architectural review guidelines that also have a separate section for signage. Here, the signage, I think we can agree that it looks pretty good aesthetically with the brick, and it's going to match up well with the building materials as well. That will be put on the big boxes. So all in all, Mr. Hine and his staff report has acknowledged that this application appears to comply with all of the guidelines in the master plan report, and the applicant would agree with that finding from staff. Traffic impact study. Diane Zimmerman is here. I know that the commissioners might have questions. This is the updated traffic study that shows the scoping of the traffic study. So all of those intersections that are circled were part of the scoping for this review, and Diane did review those as well as the approaches to those intersections. And just to conclude, she did find that it will have an impact on the overall network. However, that there's no real improvements to the roadway that will increase service there. She did acknowledge that the realignment of 393 is going to make significant improvements. But then also another slight change that we often forget about is there's going to be a slight adjustment in school release timing. In August, I think Buckner Elementary goes from 4 o'clock to 3:45, and that will have an adjustment to the peak hour here. The peak hour for this site is relatively early. It's, I think, 3:45 to 4:45 or 3:30 to 4:30. And so that adjustment will lessen traffic pressure on the intersections as you move into the 4 p.m. hour. And this is really the last slide we have until questions. But I do realize the commissioners might have questions for Diane, and I wanted to leave that to the end so you could have questions for her or any of our team that's here this afternoon, or actually it's still the morning. Really appreciate your time this morning. Excited about this project and get this portion of the PUD activated. We think we have some exciting things to come here, and I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we move into questions, first I'd like to see if there's anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the application. Seeing none, is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition or have questions of the application? All right. Seeing none, we'll move into questions by the commissioners. Mr. Hampton.
Could the engineer come back up, please? The attorney intimated that you felt like the 393 extension, whatever you want to call it, realignment, would be done before you all have this project. Is that correct?
The full completion of the 393 will take place after the opening of these efforts. I think what he was referring to is any work on the subject property associated with that project will be completed prior to these being open.
And I heard you coordinating with CSX and the state. Forgive my skepticism as far as this getting finished by 2028, 2029. What's going to happen if it's not?
If it's not completed?
Yeah.
I may defer to Mr. Silliman on that as far as the status of this, but it is a funded project. They have started phase one. We're fully anticipated that it happens.
Well, just for your information, they've been talking about this since the 80s. Since the 80s. And it supposedly was going to start about 6 times. I understand it's been approved and all that. But I am concerned about this construction going on while the realignment is going on also. I see a disaster in the making there.
Well, what's beneficial in our coordination is that a lot of that coordination has happened firsthand with the contractor associated with those efforts. And we actually are discussing some shared efforts as far as maybe taking some materials from their project and incorporating into the subject site. So it will be coordination on means and methods and processes as these go through.
Any other questions, commissioners? I do have one question. So it was brought up that some of these parcels are known, that there was person here today representing one of these locations. Can we state at this time who that is? Is it fair to state?
It's above my pay grade.
Sure. Okay, not at this time? All right. Any other questions by the commissioners? Mr. Douglas.
You were talking about the proposed residential portion of it, and there was going to be a future access connection to there.
Yes, sir. We are planning for a future access. There are some topographic challenges in that area, so that connection will probably take place at the time of construction of the piece to Plan North or to the east of the site. I don't know that there's a lot to be gained from building that connection now due to the amount of earthwork that would need to take place on the adjacent site.
But there will be some type of road, a dead-end road there, or you're not going to do anything?
Right. So on this sheet, you can see the lighter gray area that's to the Plan North here.
Right.
We do not believe that lighter gray portion will be constructed at this point, but
Okay.
area will be reserved for that connection in the future.
Okay. I just saw it on this form proposed. Just didn't know if you were going to stub it up to that point. So
Not at this time, but the area will be reserved for that in the future.
I have one simple question, two simple questions on these proposed building sites, warehouse, grocery store. I noticed did a pretty good job where you plotted or anchored standby generator, emergency operations, blah, blah, blah. Usually, sometimes on these plans, they also dictate to us where trash pickup, garbage trucks going to come in, making sure there's plenty of room for them for turnaround, turnabouts between the buildings, property lines. I don't see this allocated on here, how they would come in and where they would go in the parking lot.
Right. So all of the trash pickup would happen at the back of house. And so one of the things that we have to do on all these types of developments, and it's really a criteria, well, for the developer and good engineering practice, but these users want to see how these delivery trucks will get in. Their concern is the semi trucks bringing these materials. And so what we've drawn is we're showing access into the site would be the left-hand turn onto Commerce Parkway. Really, there's a couple different options, but if you're coming up from 71, you could take the right onto Commerce and the left into the site at the light. They like to enter at a light when that opportunity presents itself, and maneuver up into the back of the grocery store. There's plenty of room for maneuverability. They'll pull in back into that loading dock area, and then they have an option. They could exit back onto Commerce Parkway at that light, or they can exit onto 393. The issue with the 393 access is that left-hand turn is not something that they're going to do. So they could take a right-hand turn if they wanted to head north on 393, but if they're going back to 71, they'll get back at the light at Commerce.
Anywhere on the plan that discusses or lays out fire hydrants in the parking lot?
Not at this time, but we will have coordination with the fire department at civil construction plan level to make sure that all apparatus are in the appropriate proximity and meet all the radial requirements for access.
Thank you.
For the engineer, are you at liberty to say when construction might start, site development preparation?
You want to come on in?
Justin Phelps, I'm with Prime Property Development. Thank you all for your time this morning. We anticipate hopefully being able to start some of the site work as early as Q4 if things come together. As Derek and John mentioned, we are working with the contractor Cleary that's doing the state work right now. We think that there will be some opportunities to use some of their they're going to have quite a bit of cubic yards of fill when they're going to do from their blasting maybe on the site to be able to help balance it out. So, we would like to, probably start in Q4 of this year on some of the initial site work and kind of run it parallel with some of the state work that's happening. Both of the two main retailers here, they would like to be opening Q1 of 2028. So.
I have a question. I don't know which one of you, but do you have commitments from a home improvement store and a grocery store already to put on this property? It states in here what it's going to be, a grocery and a home improvement. And do you have commitments for that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just question.
Thank you. Anything else?
Madam Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Marsh.
This might be for Mr. Silman, but the 10-foot multi-use path, I see it looks like it ends at Outlot 6. Wasn't that originally supposed to go through the underpass?
It does. It's being constructed as part of the 393 realignment. It goes all the way from Commerce Parkway up to 146.
Okay, so it does not stop in front of it per this drawing?
Well, I think this drawing just shows the existing sidewalk, so I believe that gets removed and the new multi-use path gets constructed through that whole length.
Down in the improvement. Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Marsh?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Hampton.
Developer, please.
Yes, sir.
I just want to be sure I heard you correctly. You said that the proposed tenants are looking at opening in 2028?
That would be the ideal situation if we can get everything aligned. Yeah.
Any other questions, commissioners? All right. Next, we'll move into any rebuttal or cross-examination by the applicant. Seeing none, we did not have any opposition. So we will move into final statement of the applicant.
Thank you very much for your time this morning, Madam Commissioner and Commissioners. Just want to thank the Oldham County Planning staff, really, starting with Anna Barge and Jim Silliman and Ryan Fisher and John Hine all together. I mean, we've met through the last half of the year just to get this development plan in line with the master plan and also talk about roadway improvements and aligning things with the realignment of 393. And it was just refreshing to have a really good rapport with Oldham County Planning and get things in line. And this is just a project we're very excited about. And, you know, we realize that there is some timing concern, but the team has gotten on that early and have gotten familiar with the contractors that are doing that work, so they'll be working together. And with that teamwork, we really do believe we'll be able to provide something special here for Oldham County residents and people that are looking to come here from a regional basis to shop. We think it's going to be a really great experience when it's all said and done. Lastly, I would just reiterate Mr. Hines' staff report. You know, his review and reading of our application and our justification statement and our development plan meets the guidelines of the Buckner Crossings Master Plan, as well as any guidelines in your Section 230 of your zoning regulations. That is the PUD section of your zoning regulations. With that, I conclude, and just again, thank you for your time and consideration this morning.
Thank you. At this time, we will close the session for public comment. And Mr. Fisher, if you would like to frame up.
All right. On page 2 and page 3 of your staff report, you have suggested motions to approve or deny the development plan that's been presented before you today. You've heard evidence and testimony, and you've also got 4 binding elements on page 3 to be included with your motion. That includes the approval applies only to the plan presented at the June 23rd, 2026 Oldham County Planning Commission public hearing. There should be no changes to the plan without review by the Oldham County Planning Commission and Engineers Office. The plan must comply with all established federal, state, and county ordinances and requirements and comply with all necessary easement restrictions at the time of construction plan approval. And number 4, and you've heard the applicant touch on these a little bit, but the applicant must submit a landscape and lighting plan for review and approval by the Oldham County Planning and Development staff, as well as the Buckner Crossings Architectural Review Committee. That's it.
All right, commissioners, any questions, discussion? All right. Seeing none, I'm going to open the floor for a motion.
I make a motion.
Ms. Davis?
I make a motion that we approve the development plan because it complies with the comprehensive plan, the zoning ordinances, the subdivision regulations, and to include all the proposed elements 1 through 4.
Ms. Davis, would you also incorporate that it complies with the Buckner Crossings Master Plan?
Yes.
With that, we have an adequate motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. All right, we will move into roll call vote.
Mr. Marsh?
Affirmative.
Mr. Allison? Mr. Hayes? Yes. Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Hampton?
I'm going to vote no because of just the timing. I like the development a lot, but I think it's unrealistic, the proposed construction dates, and I just can't support it at this time.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Elder?
Yes.
Mr. Douglas?
Yes.
Ms. Davis?
Yes.
Regarding docket PZ-26-010 is approved by a vote of 10 to 1. All right, commissioners, do I have a motion for a 5-minute break? Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? 5 minutes. All right. Got everybody. Welcome back. If I can have a motion to move us back into session.
Motion?
Motion, Marcia's second. All right. And voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? All right, Miss Edgar, I'm going to have you read our next docket.
Docket PZ-26-011. An application has been filed by Maria and Spencer Merwin for a waiver of the minor plat rule on property located at 5201 18 Mile Creek Road, Westport. The property is 11.4 acres and zoned AG1 Agricultural District and CO1 Conservation District.
Good morning again. As the secretary just read, this is a waiver of the minor subdivision plat rule on approximately 11 acres. Property is at 5201 18 Mile Creek Road in Westport. Zoning is AG1 and CO1 conservation. The land use is currently agricultural or undeveloped, and that is 11 acres, roughly up here towards the corner of our county. This is the lot in question as it's currently shown on our GIS and the PVA, but with the survey that's included in your report, there has already preliminarily been some sort of lot line adjustment, which includes this accessory structure being taken into this parcel as it currently is situated. This is the zoning of the AG1 towards the front of the property, the CO1 towards the back where the topography changes. This case was posted to the website on the 29th of May. Adjoining property owner notices were mailed on the 2nd of June, and public notice appeared in the Oldham Era on the 4th of June as well. For our site history, there is none for this location. The applicant is proposing to create 4 new tracts from one existing approximately 11-acre tract. The smallest proposed tract is 1.01 acres, and the largest proposed tract is 5.79 acres. This is the survey that the applicant has provided, and that shows what I was discussing earlier, this lot line that's already changed orientation, including this existing barn and this access easement over here. According to Section 2.2 of Definitions and Terms in the Oldham County Subdivision Regulations, a minor subdivision is defined as a subdivision of land into not more than 3 lots within a 5-year time period and not involving a new public street or private road. According to Section 2.2, a major subdivision is defined as a subdivision of land into 4 or more lots, or any subdivision involving a new street or private road, or any division of land beyond 3 lots within the 5-year time period from a parent tract or tract divided therefrom. In the past, when you've seen these cases, it's generally somebody has purchased the land or is continuing to develop a land and is within that 5-year time period. In this case, the applicant is seeking to create these 4 lots, and they're asking for that waiver kind of right from the get-go, as opposed to and that's just creating that 1 more lot than would be allowed by the minor subdivision at staff level. The applicant has stated that the goal is to create the lots for family members to all live closely to one another. If the waiver request is approved, the applicant will need to apply for road frontage variances for all 4 proposed lots at the Oldham County Board of Adjustments prior to submitting the minor plat application for staff review. These are those definitions that are included in our subdivision regulations, the minor subdivision and the major subdivision. And in summary, the applicant is requesting a waiver of the minor subdivision plat rule on approximately 11 acres. The property is located at 5201 18 Mile Creek Road in Westport. Potential conditions of approval for this case would be our usual, that the waiver shall only apply to the plan reviewed at the June 23rd, today's Planning Commission public hearing. The applicant must be approved for road frontage variances for all lots by the appropriate Board of Adjustments, and that a minor plat application and survey must be submitted to staff for relevant agency review and approval. That's all I have for you guys right now.
Thank you. Mr. Silliman.
Do I just ask for the overhead? Thank you. Apologies, there's a bit of a glare there, but again, Jim Silliman, Oldham County Engineer, and not speaking to you from my capacity as the stormwater manager or county engineer for roadway improvements, but more from the floodplain administrator capacity. And just to make you aware, so what you're looking at is the little red square on this printout is the location that John's described where they're requesting the subdivision. The blue line here is 18 Mile Creek, and just on the north side of that, you can't see it that well, but that is 18 Mile Creek Road. The blue shaded area represents the 1% annual chance flood hazard area, also known as the 100-year floodplain. So just want to make sure you're aware of what we're looking at here. I know for reference, the flooding of the Ohio River that we experienced last April certainly did not encounter or encumber this area, but to the west, it did block a good, flood a significant portion of 18 Mile Creek Road and render it impassable. So that's all I have.
Forgive me, Madam Chair. We did receive a letter in support that I wanted to put on this overhead and read into record for you.
Great, thank you.
It reads, Mr. Hine, I am writing in support of the request for a waiver of the minor plat requirements for the property located at 5201 18 Mile Creek Road, Westport, Kentucky, owned by Maria and Spencer Merwin. Since acquiring the property, Maria and Spencer have demonstrated exceptional care, responsibility, and commitment to improving and maintaining both the home and the surrounding grounds. Through much needed maintenance, repairs, landscaping, and other property enhancements, they have invested considerable time and resources into revitalizing the property. Their efforts have significantly improved both the appearance and the condition of the residents while preserving the character and rural integrity of the surrounding area. The improvements made by Maria and Spencer have had a positive impact beyond the property itself. Well-maintained homes contribute to the overall attractiveness and desirability of a community, helping to support and strengthen surrounding property values. The care and investment demonstrated at 5201 18 Mile Creek Road have reflected positively on neighboring properties and have enhanced the overall appearance of this section of 18 Mile Creek Road. As the neighboring property owners, we have personally witnessed the dedication Maria and Spencer have shown toward maintaining and improving their property. Their efforts have transformed the residence into a well-kept and attractive home that complements the surrounding area and contributes positively to the neighborhood. The requested waiver of the minor plat requirements is reasonable and appropriate given the circumstances. The property is an existing parcel with established access and infrastructure and pattern public services, utilities, drainage, or public safety. No new public roads or utility extensions are required, and the request is consistent with the existing rural character and land use patterns. Furthermore, the history of responsible ownership and stewardship demonstrated by Maria and Spencer provides confidence that the property will continue to be maintained to a high standard. Their commitment to preserving and enhancing the property has already benefited the community and surrounding landowners. Approval of this waiver would support the continued productive use of this property without creating any negative impacts on the surrounding area. For these reasons, we respectfully request the Oldham County Planning Commission approve the waiver of the minor plat requirements for the property located at 5201 18 Mile Creek Road in Westport. Thank you for your time and consideration in this request. Please feel free to contact us should you have any additional information be required. That is signed by Kevin and Shell and Rich of 5127 18 Mile Creek Road.
Thank you. Anything else by the staff? Commissioners, any questions for the staff? Yes.
I have one, Madam Chair. A question about the utilities. I didn't see anything in here, and I apologize if I missed about the water supply. Is this Oldham County water, or is this private water sources?
I think I'm going to have to defer to the applicant on that. I'm not aware of the water supply out there. My own house in that area is LG&E, that's for gas Louisville Water, excuse me.
Louisville Water.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Also, just for your information, when they do the minor plat, Okay, all the agencies get notified, and they have a week to respond if there's any concern. So at that point, and we send them out to all of them. It's their job to figure out if it's in their service area. So we send it to Louisville Water, we send it to Oldham County Water, LaGrange Utilities. They all have the opportunity to comment if there's concerns at the minor plat stage, which is handled at staff level.
Mr. Douglas.
Aye. Mr. Aye. I'm sure you reviewed all, basically, the tracks that they're wanting in the minor plat. So it meets all the standards of AG1 on the setbacks for lot sizes.
Setbacks and lot sizes, yes. As I mentioned, the road frontage is what they are not going to meet, and they're going to have to request variances for every single lot they propose creating.
Right. So the binding element will be contingent upon approval of the Board of Adjustments.
Correct.
All right, commissioners, any additional questions for staff? All right, we'll move into presentation by the applicant. If you'll have anyone that might speak, stand, raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Madam Chair, Director Fisher, County Attorney Baxter, and Commission, thank you for taking the time this morning to hear our request for a waiver. My name is Neil Salyer. I'm an attorney with Bramble Law down the street at 401 West Jefferson Street, LaGrange, Kentucky, 40031. I'm pleased to be here and representing the property owners, Maria and Spencer Merwin. Their property, again, is at 5201 18 Mile Creek Road over in Westport. I will apologize before I get started that there's probably going to be some overlap to what the staff has given, which was a very good overview, very much appreciated. But we'll go through this as quickly and efficiently as possible to give you guys an overview of what the request for the waiver is. So again, the petitioners, my clients, Maria and Spencer Merwin, we have 11.4 total acreages with the current zoning AG1 and CO1. The requested minor plat waiver is to create 3 family-oriented parcels out of the one, or well, create a total of 4, but have 1 residual tract that it's all created from. Now you'll see here on the map my layman's ability to draft what or to lay out what are the property lines that they showed you. And you can see in this right here at the 5201, that's the home that's on the property now. Here to the right of that is a barn that is on the property, and then along this tree line here, going up from 18 Mile Road, is a gravel driveway that gets you to the home and the barn. Any questions about that before we move forward?
We'll do questions in just a little bit.
Again, the local zoning is AG1 and CO1. You can see again, it splits these properties, almost in half, depending on how the back property line is laid out. Here are 2 overviews that Meridian has done. This one you'll see, again, if this is approved today to split into 4, none of the frontage will meet the requirements, which is why we'll have to come back to TRC for a variance request. This right here provides a little bit better overview of what we saw on the map earlier. Again, along the property line, or along not the property line, excuse me. The tree line here is the gravel road that goes up to an existing house and an existing barn. Additionally, here we're requesting a lot for building here, for building to the far right. And then back here on the 6.81 acres, that is most of your CO1. very hilly. Other than a residential home, nothing else would be developed on it. A few pictures of the property view itself. If we look at the middle one, this is from the roadway looking back. You can see the home, and then you can see the barn to the right. This left picture here, you can see how it rolls down towards the road and the creek, and then of course gets more hilly when you go up behind it. And again, I've mentioned a few times the gravel drive that is currently on the property. A few more pictures here. This is the barn that my clients, if approved, plan to update and turn into a home for themselves, into a modern day barn dominium. The home on the property has already been updated, and then behind the home is this view here, where you'll see it's again CO1, very wooded. And other than a residential home, nothing else to be placed on it. Now, why are we here today? Again, this commission has the power to enforce and administer the regulations of the subdivisions, as well as approve waivers and variances. A minor subdivision is defined as land that's not divided into more than 3 lots within a 5-year term. Again, we're asking for that to be waived so that 4 can be created. For a waiver, it's only granted where such actions will not be contrary to public interest, is determined by compliance with substantive and procedural standards as contained in section 9.1. And then if we go to 9.1, it says a waivers can be granted whenever it finds that there's either an exceptional hardship or design innovations in large-scale development. Clearly, we don't have large-scale development here and are requesting a waiver based on hardship. The use goals, I think, are important. Again, our goal and my client's goal isn't to build a large subdivision like this commission saw earlier in the day in the first presentation. This family is attempting to organize ownership of 11.4 acres so that multiple generations of the same family can live there, can live near one another, and provide care and support for some family members, frankly, who could need it and who could use it. The proposal also preserves significant conservation and residential tract. Okay, it's not going to be developed. The CO1 will remain. There's no question to overturn that. The open space, the wooded space will remain, and it will continue to lend to the property's residential and agricultural character. The strict application of the 2-parcel limitation is going to prevent my clients from doing what the request is of building for multiple family members on this property. The requirement to wait 5 years is, in this situation, given that we're not asking for subdivisions to just be sold out, but to be used by family members, as it creates the hardship that we've requested, or that we've identified. Again, the proposed divisions intended to accommodate multiple generations of the same family, adjoining tracts, which allows family members to take care of one another, to take care of medically vulnerable relatives, and so forth. Absent this waiver, that property can't be divided as requested and as shown on the projected plat. This is one of those unique situations where without this commission giving the waiver, reasonable accommodations cannot be made. It allows, even with the waiver, for this commission to follow through with what its duty is in protecting CO1 properties, residential properties, and so forth. It preserves the rural character. It preserves the rural feel. It does not create subdivision style density. We're not talking about even 30 homes, even 20 homes. It doesn't alter the surrounding character. Again, there are already 2 structures on the property with a request of 2 more that will be built long term. Creates no infrastructure impacts. It produces logical ownership tracts, again, with the same family. It maintains compatibility with neighboring properties, and if I'm not mistaken, properties that have been subdivided similarly to what we're asking for today. And again, it achieves the purposes of the subdivision regulations, which this commission has been tasked to protect. Without closing, that ends my presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here that would like to speak in favor of the applicant? Anyone here that would like to speak in opposition or ask questions? I have one person. As you come up to the front, if you will state your name and address for the record and then raise your right hand to be sworn in.
I'm Tom Grace. I'm at 4420 West Highway 524 Westport. She's not watching.
That's okay. One moment. She has a lot of responsibilities.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And can you repeat your address again, please?
4420 West Highway 524. I'm an adjoining property owner. If you could pull that back up with the drawing that shows the revised. Yes. And I'm not in opposition, okay? I'm your neighbor. I haven't met you yet, but I'm not in opposition. I just have questions. The map, the county map that I had looked at didn't agree with this, and so that was what I wasn't sure. If you follow the point all the way up on the map, the property above it is where we are. We've got a family farm. We've been there. My grandkids are on there. That's 5th generation. We're in favor of having families on the farms, and we like that kind of stuff too. And the very point of this property is really close to my son and grandchildren's home. And in their application, made a statement in the application for waiver. It said we would also utilize existing natural features of property by building in the wooded hillside. The wooded hillside is what is getting up close to our property, and I was just curious how close to the wooded hillside would they be coming back for a variance because that's straight up a hill and there's a little flat plateau up there. And I was just curious how close they would be encroaching on where we are. So that's my main concern.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Anyone else with questions or opposition? All right. Commissioners, I'm going to open it up for your questions. Mr. Douglas.
You want to go back to the slide about why you're asking for the waiver?
Yes, Mr. Douglas. This one?
That'll do. You talked a lot about the waiver because we got to meet the application for the waiver request. You first said that really the design, innovation, and are not asking for a lot, but I'm looking more for
This one, I think, is the one you were talking
the hardship.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So what is the hardship? I mean, I can read what one line says, but you need to give us why the hardship.
Well, again, we have a family here whose goal is to create lots that are close to each other so that they have various generations that are together who can take care of older generations who require it health-wise and so forth. The hardship is that if this is not granted, if the limit remains at 2 instead of 3 new tracts being created, then that limits them from subdividing that out so those other family members and other generations can come in to handle and take care of aging family members. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Miller, were you the one who asked about the water? Yes. It's Oldham County. It's Oldham County. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Commissioners? Ms. Thompson?
Can you just address the neighbor's question as to approximately where that home might be located?
I'll defer to the property owner.
Okay.
If you'll state your name and address for the record.
Maria Merwin, 5201 18 Mile Creek Road in Westport.
Thank you.
The plan is because of the slope of the hill, the home would be closer to the front of the property so that it's not way back up in the hills. So it wouldn't be anywhere near the neighbor's property up at the top.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions by the commissioners? Yes.
I have one question. Basically, this is being requested as a hardship. And should it be approved as a hardship, and for some unknown reason, which things happen, the hardship goes away, family members are no longer wanting to move onto that property, but now we've approved it to be broken up into 3 pieces or 4 pieces. Where does that leave us in terms of your request?
I think that's a legitimate question. With that being said, the plan, and not only the short-term plan, but the long-term plan by the family is that they want to live together, regardless of, should health concerns deteriorate, and whatever happens, either they get better or they get worse and a death occurs. I don't think there's a difference there, that the family does want to continue to live together closely on this farm on their own tracks. But I think it's a valid question.
Mr. Hayes.
Do it without to accomplish the same goal without violating this, basically, I don't know, a house and an auxiliary dwelling unit.
I'm sorry, a house?
Like a house and an auxiliary dwelling unit, so that there's only 2 tracks created, therefore we don't have to do this waiver.
I'm not sure you could, given with the goal of creating 4 distinct tracks. Even with an auxiliary, I'm not sure. Well, frankly, I don't know, but I know that without creating 4 distinct tracks, you would have to have 2 houses located on one property. I'm not sure that there's a different way.
Ryan, do you have any insights into?
Well, I was just going to answer, I mean, obviously the accessory dwelling unit is an option. There's the size restriction on an accessory dwelling unit. It can't be more than 25% of the primary structure square footage. So that comes into play on how big, somebody wants their house to be, and then one of the family members gets the small house. I know how that can be if you've got brothers and sisters that are like, why do you get the big house? So, that comes in play. Also, they have to have double the lot size in order to have an ADU. So these proposed lot sizes right now, you've got the one that's 1.22 acres. You've got the one that's got the barn on it, it's 1.61. They would have to change those lot sizes up a little bit to at least have 2, double the lot sizes because of septic. They've got to make sure they've got that area for septic, an area for repair, for both of them probably. That would work. That is an alternative to this process. But a lot of times when we talk to individuals, they go, well, one of us doesn't want a house that small, and so that's why the option is that they brought before you today is to ask for this waiver of the minor plat rule to create essentially 1 additional lot, because they can create 2 today by just coming down and having staff approve that in a week to create the 2 lots. They're asking for 3 right now. So I think that's a valid question from the commission, is that what is the hardship right now of one of those additional lots not being created and you having to wait that 5-year time frame, which I think is the questions that have been posed today.
Yes, one more question.
Also, just curious, in the application, they call it a family compound. I just wanted to make sure I understand. It is like regular housing. It's not like a tiny housing, stuff like that.
That's right. And just to clarify what's on, quote unquote, 2 of the 4 proposed tracks now, you have one house. It's a traditional home. It's been fully renovated. And then again, the bottom right picture is the current, what we're defining as a barn that's been updated. But if this is allowed, it will continue to be updated and turned into a barn dominium. But again, these are traditional structures that there'll be no, fencing or huge, apartment style buildings or anything like that that'll go on the property.
Mr. Douglas.
Yes, sir.
I guess you can understand why the commission is kind of asking these detailed questions. And I'm still waiting to hear testimony. And you've outlined, I believe, some of the hardship.
Yes, sir.
But I don't think you gave us a good timeline, and we really haven't heard from the family why Mr. Fisher basically discussed that was, you could have gone in and asked for 2 lots, but the timeline that you need and you haven't disclosed is why it needs to be the 3 lots within the 5-year period. And I haven't seen that explained yet.
Understood.
We did consider the ADU unit, but the main house is less than 2,000 square feet, so it would have been a very tiny addition that we could have utilized. That's why we need a bigger place to live. And within the 5-year, we can't wait 5 years. My husband's sick, and
I understand the ADU is not going to work for you. How soon do your family members intend to build?
they're ready. They're ready. They were just waiting for permission.
That's what he needed to explain. That's what you need to say, that they're waiting for
Yes.
approval because
We're
of the
ready.
hardship because I guess your letter stated that there are family members that are being treated for cancer.
Yes, they're ready. And the children prepare to stay there. They don't want to leave. They don't want to sell it. They plan on raising their children, and then the children would like to stay and live there as well.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Ms. Thompson?
Will all the units be sharing the one driveway that's currently there?
No, they will not. The plan will be your your 2 that's farthest to the right will share the current driveway.
Okay.
The 40-foot access and utility easement that goes to the back, call it conservation area, will also be a road, and the let's call it the new far left property will share that one. So there will be a new road that will go back to the 6.81 acres here, and this property here will share that.
Okay, and this might be addressed later on, but will there be an agreement, a road share agreement?
Yes,
Just in case in the future it's not family members?
Absolutely. Anything required by the staff, again, waivers or variances will be done and followed appropriately.
Okay. Thank you.
If you'll look to the potential conditions of approval, number 3 talks about the road maintenance agreement. Any other questions? Commissioners? All right. Seeing none, we'll go into any cross-examination or rebuttal by the applicant, if any. Opposition, would you like to add? No? Okay. All right, would you like to make a final statement? Nope. Okay. All right. And then final statement by the applicant.
Madam Chair, thank you. And I want to take a moment to thank the commission and thank the staff. This is the third one the third proposal you all have heard today. And the first 2 proposals had relatively large projects, big subdivisions, big commercial units, and so forth. This one clearly is not that, but as you heard from my client's testimony, this is just as important to my clients as anything that you've heard earlier today. The goal here, again, is to have family members close to take care of sick and ailing family members. They're ready to move forward with building their homes, with updating the current structures that are on the property. And as such, we'd respectfully request that you approve the requested waiver. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fisher, if you could frame up for the commission. Actually, at this time, I want to close public comment, and then if you could frame up.
All right. On page 2 of your staff packet, you do have suggested motions and findings there for the waiver of the minor subdivision plat rule. There's a motion to approve as well as a motion to deny, and you've got 4 potential conditions of approval at the bottom of that sheet to be included, and those include the waiver shall only apply to the plan reviewed at the June 23rd, 2026 Planning Commission public hearing. A minor plat application and survey must be submitted to staff for review and approval. A shared road maintenance agreement must be filed with the deed room and submitted to the Planning and Development Office prior to approval of the minor plat. And the applicant will need to obtain road frontage variances for all 4 lots from the Oldham County Board of Adjustments.
Thank you. Commissioners, any discussion? Questions? All right, I'm going to open the floor for any motions. Ms. Thompson.
Regarding docket PZ 26011, I make a motion that we approve the waiver of the minor subdivision plat rule due to the fact that it is not contrary to public interest, given the neighbors have expressed support, and there was no opposition other than a few questions that were addressed. And due to the hardship of the aging and medically vulnerable family members that they discussed, and the need to go ahead and move on this immediately rather than waiting for 5 years. And also, they intend to preserve the rural nature of the area, and this does not go against that. And I'd also like to include the 4 potential conditions of approval in this motion.
Thank you. Is that an adequate motion, Mr.
It
Baxter?
is.
Do I have a second? We will move into a roll call vote.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Davis. Yes. Mr. Allen,
Yes.
Mr. Hayes,
Yes.
Mr. Marsh,
Yes.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Douglas,
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hampton?
Yes.
Mr. Elder?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
Docket PZ-26-011 is approved on a vote of 11-0. All right, thank you very much. We will reset and move on to our final docket of the day. Ms. Edgar, if you will read our last docket.
Docket PZ-26-012, a zoning text amendment creating Section 250-340 data centers of the Oldham County Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance.
Thank you. We'll move into presentation by the staff, and if you would also frame up what we're looking at today.
All right, so before you all today, you all have got another revision of Section 250-340 for data centers. If you all remember, these were brought before you all the end of last calendar year. You all approved those and sent those to fiscal court for approval, and in early this calendar year, the several magistrates had a lot of things that they wanted to put in. So they ultimately denied that request for that ordinance proposal and sent it back to you all at the Planning Commission. Earlier this year, we did talk about this at a Planning Commission hearing, and we sent that back to SRC, our Study Review Committee. We met there at the end of April to go over all of the proposed changes that fiscal court had recommended to you all. And today in your staff packet, I have included all of those various recommendations by the magistrates that the Study Review Committee went over. We ultimately, at a special called meeting earlier this month, approved all those changes, and they voted to send that back to you all today to look at the next rendition of this regulation. So you all have not only those proposed changes that fiscal court recommended, but you also have a copy of the regulations with the red line changes that were made at the Study Review Committee. I'll go through these kind of very briefly on what was added and some things that were taken out from the revision that you all last looked at the end of last calendar year. So a couple of the things are in that definition section on page 1. Essentially, we added a few things into that data center definition that was in the large data center definition. We moved that up. We removed the word hyperscale, and instead, before it used to say large/hyperscale. So in all instances, the term hyperscale has been removed to just be classified as large. That was approved. There was some power and energy references within that large data center definition that were changed based on a recommendation. There were a couple of other requests that were not approved in those sections as far as some language change. There were some definitions that were removed. If you can remember, we had a definition in for internet exchange point. That was deleted. And then we actually had a request from a magistrate to create a definition for medium and small. We originally just had a definition for the large. And as you can see, those definitions are very similar to one another, but what changes is the things that you'll then see in that chart on page 3. So the sizes, things of that nature, the power capacity, those change within those definitions. And so there was a couple of definitions created in that sense as well. Other changes, there was a lot of debate, and I'm sure you're probably going to hear more comments today. As of right now, the zoning districts remain in there that were in there previously, and so currently it's listed as being allowed in C4, I1, I2, and IPD. The Study Review Committee did choose to keep that. The other change there on page 2 where large is highlighted or is colored red, that is just that change to where hyperscale/large was taken out. You see several different changes in the data center classification chart at the top of page 3, and a lot of those were kind of wording where they wanted it to say less than or equal to, and then have that range on the medium data centers there. So you can see the building size in medium is 20,001 square feet to 99,999 square feet, and same way in the power capacity, it's 5 megawatts to 50 megawatts. So there was just some language changes there. C4 and IPD are colored red there in the allowable zoning districts because that was something that was talked about. Like I said, had a lot of discussion, but as of right now, those remain in the document. On building requirements and setbacks, there was some discussion as to, and there was a lot of discussion at SRC as to those setbacks from lot lines versus setbacks from the buildings and where those need to be. So there's some changes that were there in that
Mr.
as
Fisher?
well.
In that, the way that's read there, just to avoid confusion, it appears that the last line was not stricken from that. Page 3, what he was just referring to. Page 3, the very last comment. According to my motion that was passed in SRC, it says lot lines, but then it goes and says the measurement shall be taken. That last line, this measurement shall be taken from structure of the building or equipment, should be stricken.
Yeah, so it'll be the last sentence in that bullet point in the middle of page 3. It
Correct.
currently still reads, this measurement shall be taken from the structure, building, or equipment. And I guess when we were going through the minutes, we missed that deletion, so that sentence will be stricken, and those setbacks will be measured from the lot lines of the property.
As is referenced in the sentence before that.
Right.
I have a question also. But the lot line is for the adjoining properties, but wouldn't it still be from the structure, building, or equipment of the data center to the lot line of the adjoining property?
That's a good question. You'll have
sure
to
about
ask the
that.
motion maker.
That is a good question. Is that where we're at now, or you want to go finish the?
Let's table that for a moment. Let's come back after we've gone through the major changes, and then we'll take step by step.
The rest of these, they get pretty simple after that, those first couple pages. On page 4, the only changes there in the building requirements and setback charts, because it had previously been recommended to delete those 2 sections. Those are red simply because those are added back in. And then on page 5, some of that school language there on number 4 on location and screening, it was added in to add the school language. So residentially used or school-used property on the last sentence of number 4. Commissioner Miller had made a recommendation at Planning Commission last year for an FAA application for electromagnetic interference be put in. That there was a motion made to remove that. And there was discussion about that. It was removed, but also when we have that binding element in, and you've seen it in a couple cases that we've had today where it shall comply with all federal, state, and local regulations, the talk is that that would be, included within that all-encompassing federal, state, and local regulations that were required. But number 9, essentially, that was on there previously that Commissioner Miller had made the motion to add in, what has been removed. There was some language, if you flip to page 6 on fencing requirements, there was language added in for boundary fencing not exceeding 10 feet in height, and those materials being aluminum, iron, and then the word only in there as well, so just some minor language changes. On page 7, there's a change there to the pre-construction and post-construction noise analysis is required, and that the language then added in with the generators in both active and inactive states. At the bottom of page 7, the word shall was added in there, and if you flip to page 8, the changes, one of the magistrates had made some changes to include the floodplain administrator in. Is someone that can, request an environmental assessment, so that language was added in as well. Number 4, once again, we removed the word hyperscale. And then there were a couple other recommendations that were made to increase the notification distance, as well as a decommissioning regulation, and both of those were not approved at SRC. So that is kind of a wholesale rundown of the major changes that have occurred since you all last heard this in the end of 2025.
All right. So now that we've walked through the changes, what I'd like to do is take this step by step, maybe page by page, to kind of walk through questions by the commissioners first. Then we'll open it up to those who would like to support, and then those who have questions or opposition from there. So we'll start with the first page that Ryan just went through, and see if any commissioners have questions for staff regarding any of these changes or edits on that page 1.
I have one.
Yes.
It's not a change, but the data center says it's a facility used primarily for the storage. That leaves it open for being used for anything else as well. Should we say it's for the storage and so forth, as well as the maintenance of those facilities, rather than just using the word primary? Because that seems like they could do anything in the building if they wanted to by stating it that.
So that's been in there from the original document on that
Right.
definition. And the reason why is there was a lot of discussion on if Baptist Health, for instance, has a room in their hospital that is their server room that houses, for that specific location, that's not a primary use of that building as a data center, even though they have operations in there that would constitute that. Now, if Baptist Health built a data center building that was going to then encompass all of their information from your MyChart or whatever Baptist calls theirs, all of that information from all of their hospitals on a regional basis, that would then be a facility that's primarily used for that. And so we didn't want to have a room in a hospital or a room in a school that would be a server room to be classified under this ordinance then, is that's an ancillary use to the building as a hospital. So that's why that word has been in there, and like I said, that's been in there since the beginning, so, which I can't even remember when that was, but it was a long time ago.
Thank you. Mr. Hayes?
I've got a question about the definition in general. I'm afraid it might be overly broad and pull in too many things that aren't what we consider a data center. Largely because it's saying that anything that revolves around transmission of data, not include, and doesn't really limit the size and scope. It could include anything used for internet telecommunications within the county. So like the AT&T network switches, the home offices, by my reading, they should be included in this, and they would not be allowed outside of the 4 zoning areas. And this could come up potentially whenever we do like subdivisions, anything like that. Somebody could potentially use that as a way to say, I can't stop this subdivision, but we can stop them from having internet or telecommunications support.
I don't know how to answer that.
I think my big concern is that because we specifically created a small category with no minimal scope, anybody down the line will look at it and say, everything that is telecommunications is obviously within this category.
I think that was in your letter that, or your stuff that you had put into the study review committee that were sent to them previously. So, like I said, this definition has been, and this has gone through, we had SRC prior to the original planning commission hearing. We've had the data center infrastructure task force that this definition went through, and the only thing that has changed on this definition in that entire time has been the addition of the red line document that's there, the sentence added in about the facility designed to operate, which was originally in the large data center definition.
So what I'm hearing is you're concerned about the small data center definition.
Yes.
And I do see that gross floor area of a single building dedicated for computing systems.
Yes.
So would a residential home be designated?
Not a residential home per se,
Okay.
but like the network hub that Spectrum or AT&T is using, where they do consolidations of fiber and copper, coax, anything like that. So like they've got the home office just across the street where they collect the copper, basically. Now I guess it's going to fiber. But arguably that building is a small data center. It's dedicated to nothing but the aggregation of telecommunications data. I think, sorry, going back to it, I understand that we did work on that definition at the very beginning of it. And I think it kind of leaked in because we all started with the assumption of what a hyperscale data center was, and we just kept kind of working at it from that assumption. And then it was something I only realized not too long ago that because we kept going smaller and smaller, trying to make sure that they couldn't squeak something in, that we forgot that we might have just basically banned the internet.
With the new definition that we presented, a regional, national, or global node, I don't think what you're describing would fall into that description, would it? If you're just talking about I would argue if that was presented, it's not a regional, national, or a global node of a network.
So, sorry, but going back to the AT&T home office here, how is that not connected into the regional node?
Well, that AT&T home office might be something. How would that stop a subdivision, or how would that be used to?
Well, if the home office is included, then that means that
Wouldn't be
AT&T
put in
and
a
Spectrum couldn't build any other facilities except in the required zoning. In which case, if
without a
you're-
variance.
Yeah, and if you're not close enough to an industrial zone, then that could potentially mean that you don't get fiber, you don't get modern telecommunications.
Ms. Davis, you had a statement?
Since our job that we're trying to do right now is to,
Pull that forward.
for the future use of them building buildings, that the data centers would be built according to what we need them to do, and not with the smaller things in home offices and things like that. I don't really understand. I don't understand what you mean about that.
Basically, there's no exception in the rule that would let there's no way to build new telecommunications outside of the 4 zoning areas that are spelled out. And those 4 zoning areas are primarily only along the I-71 corridor. So if you're not close enough to an industrial or commercial, or IPD, like a fiber optic run has to go so long before it has to connect to get a boost or get aggregated. If you're too far away, then you can't have it. Not to
I thought our
mention it
biggest
also-
concern was the buildings, the actual buildings they're building for just this. And if you have a home office thing, I don't understand how we would regulate it anyway. You probably would never know it, that they're doing it.
Well, it does sound, you're talking more telecommunications for something, for example, AT&T, Spectrum.
Yeah,
those
anything
types.
like that, because we
Specific, not
pushed our
everything.
definition down to small all the way to 0. It seems like we're automatically going to catch all of any new telecommunications infrastructure.
Commissioner, I'm just for the purposes of understanding, you're not necessarily talking about a home office. You're talking about like a center that might be built on the corner of a road where there's a node that is used to be able to attach to it. So the fiber goes from your house to that node, and that node
Aggregates it into a regional communications that then goes out. And because we're going all the way down to 0 square feet and 0 power usage, we're going, I mean, arguably that catches it.
Ms. Thompson?
Doesn't telecommunications and that type of thing have their own rules, and that we're not allowed to regulate some of those where, you know, we can't stop that kind of progress and those, you know, essential services from being utilized?
I know.
I mean, I would think, I understand Mr. Hayes' concern is that somebody's going to try to use this document when they want to fight against the subdivision. You know, my question would be is whether or not that, what he's talking about would be considered a public utility at that point. And it would fall under that rather than data centers. And I get what he's saying is that somebody goes, well, this document says that you can't have that, but.
Yeah, and we wrote this document after a year of back and forth with a lot of eyeballs on it. So how do we argue that what we wrote is not what we meant after this much review?
Have you been able to pull up our regulations on telecommunications? Is there?
I have, Madam Chair, but I'm not familiar with them well enough to make any sort of statement on that. I do know that there are federal laws in place that prevent us from prohibiting unreasonable use, but the bulk of our regulations, as they are now, refer to like the location of the towers, the antenna towers, as opposed to something like a node that Commissioner Hayes is talking about.
Again, Mr. Fisher, if something like that was proposed and that were used, would it not come to this commission for a variance? Could they not apply and say, we would like a variance of that?
I mean, I don't think they would be able to ask, I mean, a variance is dimensional, so variance would be,
Just dimensional.
you want to, you know, make a building that's bigger than what's allowed or closer to a property line. So variances are dimensional, and those go to the Board of Adjustments. I mean, they could ask for a waiver of that regulation because of what they do, but, you know, it goes into, I mean, public utilities are permitted in almost all of our zoning classes because of those federal regulations that prohibit us from being able to say, well, we're not going to grant the subdivision because we're not going to grant you phone service. We don't typically do that. So, I mean, I get that this is a pretty comprehensive document and we've been at this for over a year, but I mean, we're going to keep rethinking of things that, oh, this isn't in there or this is, and we're never going to get this thing approved. I mean, I understand his point, but
I
we're
agree.
running around in circles right now. I mean,
I agree, and I was going to suggest that, you know, that is a possible risk that we take, but there are ways that we could address that if it does come up. Is that fair to say, with waivers and or variances?
yes.
And we might have to go back and get it sorted out. But we got the best we've come up with so far.
And there's also nothing that says that this document, and I understand we want to get it right and we want to get it right the first time, but there's also nothing that says we can't have revisions to this document. You all just heard last month a revision to short-term rentals that we had just changed a year ago because what we realized was, oh, people aren't giving us an ID to prove that they live there, so let's go back and change that, and we're in the process of doing that. So there's nothing that says once we get this, I get that we want to get it right, but there's nothing that says in 6 months when one of those facilities comes through and people argue, hey, we need to rework this definition and come back with changes. Nothing that says we can't do that, so.
Mr. Hayes, anything else? Any other thoughts?
No, I mean, we see where we're going to be coming back to this one. I just have a feeling that this is going to be revisited again. I understand where they're coming from, though.
Mr. Hampton.
Two things. Number one, what is our goal today? What is our goal?
So my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is our goal is to look at the revisions and recommendations and changes that were brought to us by the magistrates that were then sent back to SRC to review, revise, come up with another red line document for us to sit down and review, see if we have any corrections, additions, or changes that we would like to vote on. And do we want to send that back to the magistrates or not?
So today we're going to vote on whether to send this back.
As is,
To
or with
fiscal
any
court.
changes?
I think there's one small distinction. You're going to vote whether or not to recommend approval with the changes that you all are talking about to the fiscal court. So you could recommend against approval, but it's still going to go to the fiscal court.
But hypothetically, we could just look at this right now. I'm just saying if we wanted to, and just send it back to recommend, say, we approve this, we're sending it back to fiscal court.
Yes, you could do.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And I guess I'm just too simple-minded. We're just not, I don't think, we're trying to do something perfect that's not going to get done perfect. And I think we ought to face that. Will we come back and make changes sometime? Probably, or for sure. But, we've beat this horse a lot. And I think we need to, if we've got some specific change to make, let's make it, but let's move on and take a vote and send this back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is public comment allowed?
We will be having that shortly. We're going to start with commissioners' questions to staff, and then we'll work towards.
Regarding their 2 points.
Sure.
So is today that we're looking at the changes that the magistrates want us to make, and we have to decide if we're going to let those stand or go back to them, or is that what we're doing?
Yeah, so the magistrates made their recommendations. They sent it back to you all. SRC took all of the changes they recommended. They approved some, they didn't approve others. You all now have that document in front of you. So you all are either going to choose to recommend approval of this document as it is. You're going to choose to recommend approval with the document as changes that you all may have made as we go through here.
So we could go to the one he's talking about and talk and say that we want to make a change to it, or we want to do whatever with it, or reconsider it, or do whatever, and we can send that back to after we get finished going through all of them. We'll send back what we say.
Right, but ultimately fiscal court is going to go through this again, and I'm going to guess that magistrates that didn't get their motions are going to probably make the same argument. And so this document, once again, when we go back to fiscal court for the second reading, could change ultimately from them based on your recommend to approve or not. Okay. So.
Well, that's where we were. We were in the definitions phase right now. We were discussing the small data center definitions at this point in time, and and this is just for commissioners to ask these questions of staff at this point in time, and then we'll open it up to public. So, Mr. Hayes.
So just for the sake of it, can we just create like a bullet point list of items if we see something? We say, we approve this with recommendations that you review X, Y, Z, so that they know that generally we do approve and recommend it. However, we've identified a few issues that they should resolve as our elected officials.
I think you can do that. I mean, I think that you all need to discuss all these things. You need to let the public comment and decide if that weighs into what you want to recommend going forward. But at the end of this, somebody can make a motion. And if you want to make a motion that includes those things, absolutely you can do that.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions on the section of purpose, intent, and definitions with the changes that have been made? All right. Next section we're moving on to is those changes that were recommended on and changes that were made or not made on page 2 to page 3, talking about zoning districts and location districts. You look to that includes the chart that was there outlining small, medium, and large zoning districts. Yes, Ms. Thompson.
Now the definitions don't exactly match what's on the chart because where we did the less than and equal to, and now the definitions don't say exactly what we have on the chart now with the, like the medium is 20,001 square feet to 99,999, but it still has the previous language of 20,000 square feet to less than 100,000 square feet. Can we just double check to make sure all of those match?
Yes.
Any others, items in that section for discussion? All right. Moving on to second page of, or the second half of page 3, the building requirements and setbacks. I know we've had one discussion of removal of the final sentence. And then that moves on to the second page too. We do have a corresponding chart on page 4.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Douglas.
On page 2, did we discuss zoning districts and location restrictions?
Yes, we were just in that point, but we are welcome to come back.
I'd like to come back.
Yes, Mr. Douglas.
In fairness, yes, I was on the study review committee, and on the clarification under the second sentence where it says, when the proposed data center or the cumulative square footage is classified as large, the applicant shall be required to go before the appropriate legislative body for review and approval and denial on page 2. Why did we determine large? And is it just going to the appropriate legislative body? Or does it come before the planning commission for recommendation for approval or denial, just like we do any other plan that gets submitted to legislative body for approval or denial? Why not all of them? Like we do the barrel warehousing or?
So the way it's worded right now is everything goes to you all, the planning commission, and only the large, okay, would go to Oldham County Fiscal Court or the appropriate legislative body. I understand your point with the bourbon barrel warehouses, and we know exactly what we did with that regulation. We've got a regulation, but we essentially don't allow them. And I'm fine with that. If that's what you all want to decide to do, that's what you all can decide to do. But at the end of the day, not every subdivision that comes before you all goes to Oldham County Fiscal Court. You all get to make decisions on issues each and every month that don't have to go before a legislative body. If you all want to decide that everything should go to the legislative body, you're more than welcome to do that, but the way it's worded right now is everything goes to the Oldham County Planning Commission. The outcry at the very initial part of this was the Board of Adjustments wasn't an appropriate body. So we made it to where, to a development plan, it goes before the Oldham County Planning Commission. If you want to choose that everything goes before a small data center at 20,000 square feet having to go all the way to fiscal court, or a legislative body for 2 hearings, you all can do that, but that increases staff work, that increases a lot of different stuff for something that, like Alan just talked about, could be a 10,000 square foot hut of some reason so that you can get internet. I don't quite know if fiscal court needs to hear all those. I get people's concern, well, we elect them. Well, I mean, it's whatever you all want to do. Once again, I've said this before. This isn't my document. This has been created through a lot of different processes, a lot of different people making input. Half this stuff I don't even understand. So that's up to you all.
Commissioners, do I have any questions or thoughts regarding what I'm hearing is what level will this go to the legislative body? And right now it says anything classified as large would continue on as recommendation to approve or deny of the legislative body.
So as it stands right now, large would be anything that's exceeds 100,000 square feet. So if 1 acre for a small for 20,000 square foot project, and there's 20 acres and they want to put 4 of them, 5 of them, do we still go through the approval process for each one of those when it comes to the planning commission?
Rephrase that again.
Well, I guess if they're not near a school or residential lot, currently something can be built 20,000 feet or 20,000 square foot less because they're I-1 or C4 or 1 acre lots, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
So if you have a 20 acre lot, how many small units could be built there?
Well, I think that's another concern that's already been addressed by the letter that I sent you all, the opposition letter yesterday, is to define on whether or not that is the cumulative square footage, if that's a single building. Also, I mean, once again, we can get into this all day long and keep running around chasing our tails, but find that lot that is that size that's not next to anything used residentially in this county. We have done a whole lot of talking for a year on the potential pieces of property in this county at a very minimal number of even potential slices of land. And even your scenario, find that property. There's not many of them that aren't going to be close to anything residentially used in this county that don't have that setback. So.
I was just going to point out, you've also got in the in the location restrictions that any data center or the cumulative square footage is how it's defined. So splitting it up into multiple smaller buildings doesn't get around the large classification.
Thank you for
All right. Anything else in section regarding zoning district location restrictions? All right. Back to building requirements and setbacks. We've removed the last sentence on page 3. Yes.
I was just going to point out that in this section also, we don't have any scaling for small and medium. So, like I said, the AT&T switches, spectrum switches, stuff like that, would also have the same setback requirements. So I guess their process would be they would have to get a waiver and then a variance to do anything. Is that right?
Or it be considered a public utility, which once again doesn't fall within this restriction, but that'll be for the zoning administrator to figure out, whoever that may be.
Any other thoughts? No? Okay. Commissioners, all right. Building aesthetics and appearance, we did not have a lot of changes in that section. As you go look on page 4 and 5, onto page 5.
Before we leave 3, I got a
Yes,
question.
Mr. Allison.
When we went through this before, we had the discussion about being 1,500 foot from schools and churches and so forth. It seems like 1,500 should also be from residences, because the same people that are in the schools and the churches are also in the residential homes. So it seems like we should either have it 1,000 for everything or 1,500 for everything. I don't see a need to split 1,000 and 1,500 since we're dealing with the same people, just in 2 different locations. I would recommend going with the 1,500 and take out the reference to 1,000.
So I'm hearing as a recommendation to add to our list, we'll review it at the end, is on page 3, keeping a consistent minimum feet on both residential adjoining properties, residential zoning class, or residential use, and adjoining properties with existing or public-private schools.
Yes.
You want to take it separate?
He wants to make a motion, and then we can change it.
Yeah. All at once.
After public comment?
Yeah, aggregate list. All right. Anything else on that section? Okay. All right. Building aesthetics and appearance. We didn't have a lot of changes there. Any additional comments? Location screening sound. We changed just a few things there. Any? Then we move on to the end of page 5, on to page 6. We didn't have a lot of changes with generator regulations, testing requirements. Any discussion there? Cooling requirements. Commissioners, any discussion? All right, following along, we're on page 6. Now we're getting into a few changes that were done on fencing requirements for landscape lighting and fencing requirements. Not seeing any. Security, we have one item there on the docket, or in the recommendations. All right, required impact studies. There was a change on 1A, as well as just some verbiage in traffic study, but then also environmental.
I have a question on the impact studies for noise.
Yes, Mr. Allison.
We have pre-construction and post-construction for noise. Where do we address ongoing checks of noise?
That would be addressed through code enforcement, similar to any other property in this county.
Okay.
So,
Any other questions? All right. Our final section, notifications. Item number 4, change was within 500 feet. Questions? All right. We have covered each section. Before we go to public comment, I would like to ask the commissioners one more time if there's any other additional questions for staff at this time regarding these changes and recommendations that have come through the process, going up towards the magistrates, back towards SRC, and now coming back through to our body. Yes, Ms. Thompson.
I did have the question about everything being a single building. So could they get someone to come in and create a large-scale data center? What's to keep them from doing that, making 100 different 20 square feet buildings?
On page 2, in zoning districts and location restrictions, when the proposed data center or the cumulative square footage is classified as large, the applicant should be required to go before the...
Yeah, I mean, so they would obviously have to go to the legislative body, but still, so that's good.
Yeah.
But there's nothing to keep them from doing that and classifying themselves as a small data center.
Well, it's in, the wording there says cumulative, so that should be additive.
So in other words, on the chart, if their cumulative square footage is greater than or equal to 100,000 square feet.
Yeah, that's the only place we have it, though, when the proposed data center or the cumulative square foot. So will that automatically make them, when they get to that part, become a large data center and not 100 small data centers?
So,
just that one line there, is that going to change your classification?
So you're saying if they were split, could they potentially be forced to go to the fiscal court with multiple medium or small data centers? Because the cumulative would force it to the fiscal court, but you're pointing out that the cumulative does not automatically move it up a category.
Right, because everywhere in the definition, it says, for small data center, gross floor area of a single building, less than 20,000 square feet. And the same with the medium gross floor area of a single building. So that just seems like it's saying you can have multiple buildings and still be under that classification. So why do we have it as a single building instead of the cumulative right in those definitions?
Would it clarify if each section was also cumulative? Small, red as cumulative. Medium, red as cumulative.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. Or even just take out of a single building. Just put gross floor area is dedicated, because then, I think if we just took out where it says of a single building, and then we're talking about the gross floor area of the entire project.
Commissioners, any thoughts? All right, overarching, other questions, concerns to discuss as commissioners?
Madam Chair,
Yes. Mr. Douglas.
I know we can beat this thing to death, and we should. But I believe some of our surrounding areas are looking at additional ordinances or trying to update their ordinances about data centers. And I know they've included some additional concerns that they may be putting in theirs. No, we don't have to do the same thing, but I think some are asking that something be placed in there about the applicant shall provide evidence from utility companies about the proposed data center development that will not shift any cost to existing ratepayers. And I don't know if that's something we need to look at this time, or the legislative body should do something about that, and also about any they shall bear the cost of improvements to infrastructures if any upgrades are required in a general area. And this is just for thoughts. I don't know. We may be, that may be something the legislative body could look at.
Thank you. Anything else? All right. So at this time, we do want to move to any questions, presentation by those who wish to speak from the public. We do ask as you come up, if you will, we'll ask everybody who would like to speak to go ahead and be sworn in at this time. And then if you'll take your time, come up. When you come up, please state your name clearly. Put the mic as close as you can to yourself so we can all hear you very well, and your address for the record. And we appreciate your time.
Is this in favor and opposition?
Let's start with in favor. Go ahead and everyone get sworn in at this time. After that, we'll move into those in opposition. It kind of a little bit of both. So raise your hand.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. All right, first let's start with anyone in favor. All right. Then we will start with those in opposition or other questions regarding the application to present today. Who would like to start?
I have a.
Yep.
Okay. Thank
That's
you.
right. And if you'll just state your name real quick and address,
Yes.
that'd be great.
Laura Parker, 4907 Glen Arm Road. First, I want to thank all of you for this very important work. Thank you for trying to become experts on a technological beast that comes with many warnings from communities that have already experienced the realities of a data center. Initially, I would like to point out to Mr. Fisher's point and Mr. Hampton's point that we can revisit this and it can be sent back and revised. I don't think we actually have that choice in this particular situation. I think this is one of those situations where once the barn door is open and somebody slips through either the loophole or a loose regulation, it's going to be very hard. Many Oldham Countyans will be affected by that. So any one of those loopholes that's left open is a danger to our families and our property value. The only thing between Oldham Countyans and a data center gone wrong is you all and physical court and outspoken and interested citizens. And we can't lose sight of how important this work is. And I do really love what, and I don't have everybody's name, but I really appreciate Mr. Allison's comment about if 1,500 feet was deemed right for one, it's right for the other. And we can always err on the side of being too perfect or too strict because, to the point, we can come back later and loosen a regulation. Lastly, I really appreciate Mr. Douglas's comment. We have been beating this thing to death as we should. This is one of those cases where trying to be perfect is necessary. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. As we pass this along, if you'll go ahead and state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. I'm Don Earler,
I'm a proud 50-year-plus resident of Oldham County, and delighted to be here to address you today. What I've given you are copies of the regulations that are in force for a zone that we call IPD, which is Industrial Park District. So, good afternoon to all members. I think we've gotten to afternoon at this point. Of the Oldham County Planning Commission, Mr. Baxter, Mr. Fisher, all the staff, you've done a great job working this, and we will beat this to death and get it right, make it happen. My name again is Don Erler. I've been in this county for 50-plus years, and I'm active in helping this county to remain quietly amazing by setting standards and regulations in the best interest of all residents. Data center regulations have been thoroughly thought out and considered by the planning staff, by the task force, by this commission, by the fiscal courts, and by the residents of the county. All of this effort has produced a beginning vision of how we should establish standards and enact regulations for data center developments in Oldham County. The efforts to date have been good. My primary purpose today is to convince you to make one more revision, and you can do that by making a motion, getting a second, and having it voted on to revise the documents that's in front of you. The revision to the proposed text amendment to our zoning ordinance would be appropriate. For some unknown reason, the permitted zone for a large, formerly known as a hyperscale data center, in excess of 100,000 square feet. And this, when I speak of this 100,000 square feet, I speak of a project, not of a single building. That includes the zone IPD. And I believe that we only have one zone IPD off of Commerce Parkway in this county at the present time, which is the location where it had been proposed to put the second location proposed to put the data center from Western Hospitality Partners before the moratorium was put in place. This is known as an industrial park district. It is well established that all of the considerations of data centers, that these huge, heavy industrial developments only belong in the heavy industrial zone I2. However, for some reason, we've also included IPD as a location. Our zoning ordinance section 210.010, which you have in front of you now, states the intent of the Industrial Park District, IPD, is to create performance-based standards that will best utilize the community's limited industrial and commercial resources, resulting in the expansion of the community's economic base and enhancement of the community's quality of life. The Industrial Park District, IPD, is intended to, number one, provide sufficient space in attractive landscaped and planned industrial parks for industrial, commercial, and office activities. Please note that there's a number of different uses in IPD that would be appropriate. Protect future economic development opportunities from incompatible land uses, and ensure compatibility between industrial, commercial, and office operations within this same industrial park. We don't need to put I2 development in this definition. It's not compatible and it's not smart. IPD does not permit I2 uses. Ryan and I had a discussion about this some time ago when Ryan said, oh yes, IPD does include I2, and fortunately, his assistant, Anna Barge, corrected him. The highest used in IPD is light industrial I1. IPD further excludes a number of uses permitted in I1, the light industrial zone. These exclusions include riding academies and stables, blacksmith shops, and horseshoeing establishment, boat building, asphalt processing, concrete, central mixing and batching plants, fertilizer, incineration or reduction products, slaughterhouses, commercial rifle, pistol, and skeet ranges, and extraction and development of natural resources. Why, under any possible arguments, would we permit a large data center to be built in an IPD zone? We have already made an exception long ago when we allowed the Dynegy plant to be built on IPD land on Commerce Parkway. Let's not make the same mistake again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
My name's Mark Herbiner. I live on 18 Mile Church Road in LaGrange. And one of the things I want to talk about here today is just what Don talked about, and that is the IPD designation. Last year, the task force came up with and this task force was spent a lot of time on this question about zoning, because some of the things, like we talked about a place for Baptist Hospital to have their data, we talked about larger data centers, and then we talked about unlimited data centers, the one that start out at the smallest that would use more electricity than all of Oldham County households combined, that they should be in heavy industrial. That's what the task force decided. And I'm kind of like Mr. Hayes here. Now that we've spent all this time going through this and deciding that we shouldn't have an unlimited size hyperscale data center on Commerce Parkway or something like that because it just happens to be IPD, the question has to come up, where does this come from? And I'll tell you where it comes from. It comes from the developer. The developer, in a leaked tape with county officials last year, the data center developer can be heard giving his marching orders to the county. I'm paraphrasing, but this is what was said. 2 things we want from the county. IPD is one. The Planning Commission would be the best place to make a recommendation to be exempt. The next thing we need is some affirmative statement from county leadership to Secretary Knoll that we would like a piece of the reformatory property that is suitable for a data center to be made available for that. Now the Planning Commission, are being asked today to go ahead and lump any size data center into IPD. And I think you should specifically say that only small and medium are allowed in IPD, not unlimited large hyperscale. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Stuart Robinson. I'm a 45-year resident of Oldham County. I had 2 things to bring up. One of them's already been addressed, IPD. Large data centers, hyperscale data centers, don't belong in IPD. They're industrial. They're very, very big, heavy industrial facilities. We've been talking about something bigger than 50 megawatt power demand facilities. 50 megawatt facilities are huge industrial facilities. They're as big as an industrial steel plant. Does that belong in IPD? Would you like to see a huge steel plant built on the industrial parkway? I certainly wouldn't. That was one of them. It's been addressed enough by the last 2 people. The second one's just a comment, and it's about the notifications. Any facility within 500 feet of a residential area there has to be a notification to the people that live within 500 feet. And yet we're talking about setbacks of 1,000 and 1,500 feet. Does that mean that if there's a large-scale data center put in, only people that were within 500 feet of that, if it's got a setback of 1,000 feet, nobody's going to get a notification. Why don't we have notifications equal to the setback limits, 1,000 feet or 1,500 feet? That's just a comment. It just, when I read it, it just didn't make sense. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Nathan Oberg. Thank you for your time. This isn't an easy task for any of us. These gentlemen in front of me did a great job knocking down that point on the IPD. The heaviest and the most intensive usage in the IPD is light industrial. And I think we can all agree that this is heavy industrial activity as far as the large data center usage is concerned. Let's place it where it belongs. The second point, we talked about setbacks. And it's very important that everybody in this room, to include the audience, understand how these setbacks are supposed to work. The setback should be measured from the data center and ancillary buildings and any other structure to the adjacent property line. There was a quick discussion of property line to property line. If that was the case, the setback would be 0. There's no way to measure that. You measure it off the data center and any ancillary buildings to that adjacent school. For example, we've already agreed on 1,500-foot setbacks for schools. It goes right to the school property line to ensure that if the school had built another building or structure, they would always have that 1,500-foot setback. And they would always have the ability to enjoy their property without this industrial mess right next to their property, so they can enjoy that. I hope you guys do the right thing. This is highly complicated, and we're here to help. In addition, there's other resources. The Kentucky Resources Council has put together a very comprehensive guide and zoning regulation in these things. We don't have to relearn the wheel in this particular room. That information is publicly available. It's well designed and it's well thought out. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Barry Laws, over 20 years, Oldham County residents. They've all said everything I want to say. They've done a great job saying it. The elephant in the room is we have a liability to think about. If you go ahead and say IPD is okay for heavy industrial, you guys are going to get sued because an IPD does not allow heavy industrial. So the only thing you have to ask yourselves is this a light industrial project? So is a hyperscale data center or large, is that light industrial? That's the only question you have to answer. From my point of view, it's unequivocally, it is heavy industrial. So think about that, think about the liability. You guys are our protectors and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Mark Sutton from LaGrange, 40031. I'll be happy to give my address and Ryan if you need the full one. I'm a software developer and I use AI as part of my work. So my concern is not in opposition to technology. My concern is whether this draft adequately protects Oldham County from the impacts of hyperscale or large infrastructure. When the process started over a year ago, there was not much to compare to. No definition of what a data center was or clear path forward. That's no longer the case. We've got Louisville Metro, Mercer County, Harrodsburg, Hancock County, Indiana, Fairfax County, Virginia, Harrisonburg, Virginia. Those are just a handful. And all of those show more protective approaches than we're facing here. I searched as many jurisdictions as I could, and I have not found a comparable model to what Oldham County is proposing here in regards to IPD. Allowing data centers and IPD by ordinary development plan review without separate approval process or written findings in very specific categories. And as mentioned before, and actually I've got it here, the Kentucky Resources Council has released a model ordinance that is like Kentucky specific model that gives, makes it one of the best benchmarks we have available to Oldham County, and it covers many of the conversation topics you guys have been talking about today. So I think, especially with like setbacks and some other categories, it's a great reference. We don't have to start from scratch. So hopefully that's something that's been considered. When I compare it to the KRC model to ours, my concern is that the Oldham draft currently only touches on a small portion of some of the safeguards. I know the big one today is IPD. and some of the topics it does address, I think it does in a weaker, more discretionary way. The KRC model does not simply add data centers to existing zoning districts. It recommends a dedicated industrial data center zoning, classification, and conditional use review. Oldham's draft currently, as noted, allows them in C4, I1, I2, and IPD, with large data centers still allowed in I2 and IPD. The KRC model requires written findings based on the record. Oldham's draft sends large data centers to the legislative bodies for approval or denial, but does not say what facts must be proven before approval is allowed. The KRC model requires a broad application package, including traffic, emergency response, utility and infrastructure, noise, water, emissions, water and wastewater, and decommissioning information. Oldham's draft requires a noise analysis, but other major studies are weaker or discretionary. As Mr. Douglas pointed out, the KRC model requires proof that utilities can serve the project without harming existing customers or shifting cost onto the public. Our draft does not require binding proof of water, sewer, electric, road, or emergency response capacity, as far as I can tell, or applicant-funded upgrades before approval. The KRC model also addresses low-frequency sound, DBC, vibration, oscillation, and infrasound. I know this came up in previous public hearings before. Our draft currently only uses a 55 dBA standard, which doesn't go as far as the KRC's recommendations. Oldham's draft has some good starting points, so we're making good progress. The definitions, setbacks, screening, there's some generator limits, closed-loop cooling language, impact study language, but those are not enough. And in this current draft, the 1,000-foot residential separation and 1,500-foot school separation show that data centers are not ordinary IPD uses. It was actually said in SRC, this past SRC meeting, that IPD is intended for this. But I think, as Mr. Erler clearly outlined, it's not. The draft regulates these facilities like high-impact uses that must be kept far away from sensitive properties. That is not a wording issue. It is a central problem with allowing large data centers in IPD. I respectfully ask the Commission not to send this draft forward as is, especially with the IPD in there. And please review this KRC model ordinance, compare it to our draft, and close the gaps, remove large data centers from IPD. Thank you.
Were you sworn in?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm Amanda Dreckman. I live at 3020 Pioneer Place, Crestwood, Kentucky. I strongly believe that the proposed regulations will not adequately protect the people and animals of Oldham County from the air, water, soil, and noise pollution, nor the increase in water and electricity bills that have been associated with large data centers. Under the definitions concerning the size, it really does need to say the cumulative square footage of all buildings. It needs to be consistent with the chart. Another thing I saw that under the zoning districts, it says a data center located within Oldham County shall only be allowed in the C4, I1, I2, and IPD zoning districts. Well, with everybody else, I do not believe that the large data center belongs in IPD. But anyway, it seems to say that any size of data center is allowed in any of the listed zoning districts. And that's contrary to the chart. And I think it all needs to be more consistent. I agree that the 1,500 square foot setback should apply to both residents and schools. But what about parks and churches and where people gather? The side setback for a data center is like 25 feet. Does this mean it could be 25 feet from a park? Okay, under environmentally sensitive or environmentally sensitive areas should include karst topography, not just springs, since sinkholes can make groundwater vulnerable to contamination from the surface. And also, data centers should be prohibited where they may cause harm or death to endangered species. There should be periodic monitoring of all frequencies of sound throughout the life of the data center and in all seasons, not just at pre and post construction. Weather conditions affect the distance and direction that sound travels. Different sound frequencies have various negative impacts on humans and on wild and domestic animals. In addition, mitigating low frequency noise requires special sound barriers. The treatment and/or filtration of wastewater from the routine bleeding of chemically treated water in closed-loop cooling systems should be specified in the regulations. When this treated water leaves the site, it can carry nitrite, glycol, and heavy metals at thousands of times the limit set for surface waters. This was from an article called Closed Loop Cooling, Water Saver or Chemical Time Bomb. AI-focused and cryptocurrency data centers are significantly more power-intensive than traditional ones, such as cloud storage. One large AI-focused data center can consume as much as 100,000 homes. The Planning Commission needs to consider whether data centers with massive electricity demand should be allowed in Oldham County. They could overwhelm the grid, as discussed in the article titled Data Centers Are Overwhelming Power Grids Worldwide. I truly believe there is no appropriate place in Oldham County for larger hyperscale data centers, just based on what other communities have experienced. The many negative impacts of data centers make it apparent that clear, specific, stringent regulations are necessary to protect Oldham County's human and animal residents. I firmly believe that more changes and additions need to be made to the regulations. Technology is advancing quickly, and hopefully data centers will become more community and environmentally friendly in the near future. In the meantime, the Planning Commission needs to take the time now and do whatever is necessary to get the regulations right so we won't have regrets in the future. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition or ask questions this time? All right. Seeing none, we are back to questions of the commissioners. If the commissioners have any questions of anyone who has spoken, any additional questions for staff at this time? Ms. Thompson.
I wanted to address the one gentleman's question about the setbacks and how would no one be notified. And it's because the setbacks are from the data center building to the data center lot line. And the notifications, the neighbor notifications, are from the data center lot line out into the other properties. So it's 500 feet from there. Does that make more sense? So there would still be people, all around the data center lot lines would be notified within 500 feet.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that clarification. Any other commission comments, questions? Yes, Mr. Hampton.
Since it seems to be an issue, I've been a resident of Oldham County 80 years. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
I have another question.
Yes.
How do we generally make the recommendation if there's something, a new category of business or building? How do we normally designate? Does it go into the, which category? Does it go into C1 or does it go into how do we normally make that consideration? Is it based on the size? Is it based on the utilities they use? Is it based on, what is it based on?
Well, I don't know if I can give you a great answer on that because this is the first one since I've been here. We've had to try to figure out where it's going to go as far as a new classification of something that we didn't have anything in our regs that said data centers previously. So what we looked at was a lot of different regulations that were already out. One of our gentlemen talked about a lot of different regulations. A lot of those were looked at. In addition, though, several of the ones that he mentioned took our regulations first and continue to toward those. Kentucky Resources Council, he mentioned several times, 3/4 of that document, if you go through it, is the exact verbiage of our document. Exactly. We didn't get it from them. So unless it's on Wikipedia, okay, we don't know where they got that from. Louisville, same way. Thing you have to think about, though, is everybody's zoning regulations are different. So no one else has an industrial park district classification. Louisville doesn't have industrial park district. And so when we looked at that, and if you look at the industrial park district that Mr. Erler gave, there are plenty of uses in there, whether permitted or under the conditional use section, that I would classify as heavy industrial in nature. I mean, when you talk grain, feed, and fuel storage sales, that sounds pretty heavy industrial. So there's plenty of uses in the industrial park district. What industrial park district refers to is it allows permitted uses that are in our C1, C2, C3, C4, and I1 light industrial. He's right that it doesn't mention specifically I2, which is our heavy industrial zoning district. Heavy industrial zoning districts and heavy industrial uses are two different things. Uses and districts are two completely separate things, and we get those confused a lot. We interchange them. But I would say if you look at the IPD that he provided you, there are plenty of heavy industrial uses in that. Fertilizer, incineration, reduction facilities, slaughterhouses, solid waste incinerators, vehicle wrecking and salvage. Now, all of those require conditional use, but that goes before the Board of Adjustments, which everybody had an issue with a year ago that they can't figure out anything, supposedly. So when we tried to come up with this, we tried to look at what do other communities that have these, where do they classify them at? And once again, I mean, we've gone through more steps with this one particular regulation than any other zoning regulation I've been involved with. I mean, this has been going on over a year that we've gone through study review committee multiple times. We had a task force group. We've been through you all twice. So I think that answers your question.
Commissioners, any other questions? Yes, Mr. Douglas.
I guess the only question I have is that, have we ever defined what a large data center use is? I mean, is it light industrial, heavy industrial? Who's ever come up with a definition of saying which one's which?
Depends on who you ask.
That's the dilemma we're in. Because you ask 30 people, you can get 30 different answers. Some will say different things. So that's the guidance that I'm looking for.
An easy answer to that. Anything bigger than 20 megawatts is heavy industry.
Should we consider raising the industrial to industrial or heavy industrial use rather than the IPU?
I have a question. So we took out hyperscale and we left large. My understanding was because hyperscale was something we were never going to have, and we X'd that out a long time ago. But now we're trying to do the same thing, or there's opposition to large. So everything I've heard today is equating large to what we were talking about was hyperscale. So what's the difference? Because we're interjecting large where we we were hearing opposition about hyperscale, but now that that's been stricken, we're hearing the same opposition for large. So what's the difference?
Was the word just changed rather than?
There was a recommendation by a magistrate to
remove
remove hyperscale completely. So essentially, just hyperscale was deleted from the ordinance.
So it's just the word, it has no different meaning.
Okay.
Correct.
And just, Ms. Davis, to ask for more clarification, there's a difference between the definition of heavy industrial versus IPD. Heavy industrial is something that you consider what is the use, and then IPD is what district does it fall in?
Well, once again, there's a difference between uses and districts. And so, we even talked about that with residentially used property. So all of the school districts are in residentially zoned property with the exception of 2. Okay? Those aren't used residentially, but they're in residential zoning districts. And so there's differences between uses and zoning districts. And once again, we use those interchangeably a lot, and we get those terms confused, but they are 2 different uses. And so we've got zoning districts that are I-1, I-2, and IPD. And there's uses that one would consider heavy industrial and ones that people would consider light industrial. Once again, we can sit up here all day long and probably differ on things that we consider light industrial and heavy industrial in our zoning regs today. And there's things that we would maybe consider heavy industrial that are allowed in our I-1 that aren't. The reason why we've kind of gone round and round with this I-2 and IPD and I've made this statement before, I've made it in SRC, I believe we even showed a map of it, but when you look at our I-2 zoned properties in the county, those put them closer to homes. When you look at I-2 zoning, Quality Place is zoned I-2. That puts it right next to Darby Point. It puts it right next to the subdivision you guys approved today. I-2 in Crestwood, right off the interstate ramp, puts it close to Celebration Park. Like, I get the argument, but I-2, if you say they need to go there because this is heavy industrial, that puts that closer to residences. And if we look at IPD, the only IPD zoning district we have in this entire county, no one lives there. And our point was there's already light pollution, there's already noise pollution, the things that we have talked about being the concerns. At the end of the day, frankly, I don't care what you all decide. If you want to take out the IPD, I'm good with it. I don't care. I just want this thing to be over with. I'm tired of dealing with it. So decide whatever it is you want to do, but that's the reason why we've looked at that IPD, because the impact to things that we've talked about, to residences, to schools, there's none of that in the IPD. So they can sit and chirp all they want.
So can I ask real quick?
Mr. Hayes.
In Oldham, I think part of what is happening is we're trying to create a definition that works for the entire country, where in Oldham County, we've only got a handful of properties that could even fit a hyperscale data center. And of those, only 1 or 2 have access to electricity. Is that correct?
As far as I know, yes. I don't work for LG&E, but yes, that's what I understand.
Okay, without a major infrastructure redevelopment project, LG&E isn't providing power to anything but like 1 or 2 locations.
Correct.
So at the end of the day, we're confusing the purpose with the zoning. And it's like what he's been saying, where we need to figure out, like, does this definition work to get them into the right spots? There's only 2 of them in the county. Is there any way that they can squeak out into other parts? Well, no, because all of the places that they're going to be are in these couple of places. So it's not like we have to worry about the 53 location being used again, because it's obviously not zoned. It's obviously not going to get a waiver to go there. So at the end of the day, does this get them into the right spots, and can we live with it?
Thank you. Commissioners, additional comments? Questions? Mr. Hampton?
I think we ought to review the notes that y'all have taken
Yes.
and come to a point where we vote on it up or down and move it on.
I think we're heading that direction. First thing we're going to do is a quick final statement by opposition. If there's any that would like to make a final statement, we do have 5 minutes for that. And you can wait until she gets the clock done.
Thank you, Barry Laws, again. Ryan, can you
Hold on a
clarify?
second.
We're going to get your clock.
And this is final statements.
This is
too.
final statements. 5 minutes. There we go.
Okay, we good?
Almost. It's a tricky clock. You're good.
Okay, I just want some clarification on section 210-050, IPD industrial park usage, conditional uses. It says with the following exceptions and prohibitions. So these are things they're not allowing. And one of them was grain, feed, and fuel storage sales, which Ryan just said was allowed in there. So Ryan is giving incomplete information on what's allowed in a IPD district. And what's disallowed also in the IPD versus the I-1. So this is the I-1 itself. They've disallowed blacksmith shops, horse shoeing establishment, boat building, lumber storage, millwork. So in their own descriptions of I-1, if you cross that with what's in an IPD, it doesn't sort out what Ryan is saying. They've made a very clear designation of what I-2 and I-1 is, and you folks aren't looking at that. And that's your job. Thank you.
Thank you. Final statements by opposition.
I just want to make one small point about the KRC document. In my reading of it, I wouldn't say 3/4 of it comes from the Oldham County document. I'd say it's probably the reverse. I'd say Oldham County's document covers probably 25% of what's in the KRC document. And just to reiterate what he said, if the planning director is saying he doesn't care, the community is saying it doesn't belong, our own county text is saying it doesn't belong, let's opt to go with the right side there. Thank you.
Any other final statements?
I'd like to get this on the record. They are your citizens. We live here. We deserve some dignity and class. We've shown you nothing but respect, Mr. Fisher.
We both do. We both need that.
You need to start tightening it up, sir.
Okay. We both need that, though, and I do live here.
Any other final statements?
I would like it on the record that I have a concern that this late in the game and after this many revisions, that as Mr. Douglas brought up such a good point, is what is our definition? And the response was, well, it depends on who you ask, and there's 30 different definitions. I really liked what Mr. Hayes said, is that maybe we need to come up with a definition that we can all live with in Oldham County and not try to be a definition for the world. I also would like to make a point that in the last, yes, we have been working on this a year, but thanks to AI and thanks to the movement of technology, everything moves at the speed of light. Things have changed while we are in this meeting about data centers. So if we can get new information from these resources, I don't know the name of it, but the Kentucky Resource Council, or anywhere in the world, as fast as information moves, why don't we use it and make our life simpler and protect ourselves? Thank you.
Thank you.
Don Earler. I just would encourage somebody to have the courage on this commission to make a motion to remove IPD as an approved zone for a large data center.
All right. Our final step, we're moving into framework of what we are here as a commission to decide today. Mr. Baxter, you began the meeting with some of that guidance. Will you reframe that again for us?
It's in the
Madam Chairman, it is in the statute, and it says the Planning Commission shall hold at least one public hearing after notice and make recommendation as to the text of the amendment and whether the amendment shall be approved or disapproved, and shall state the reasons for the recommendation. So you all can either go through and somebody make a motion, or you can go through by individual items, or you can make a motion to recommend or approval or disapproval and state the reasons for that of what you have in front of you, or you can go through, like I said, and make individual changes and amendments to the document.
All right, Commissioners, there were several suggestions and motions made today through this process. In the past, we have looked at those on an individual basis and taken a vote on those motions. I think today would be a good time to do that as well before we make that decision, how we pass this along to the magistrates and legislative body. So if we go back to some of those motions, Ryan was over here taking some notes, so we wouldn't want to miss any of those. We looked at that first section in definitions. A few things were discussed. Do I have any motions or recommendations regarding the definitions? Mr. Hayes.
Can I make a motion that we recommend that they review the definition for a de minimis exclusion, just so that we can clear the air on the small facilities before it becomes an issue?
Commissioners, any questions regarding his motion? Do I have a second? Any discussion? Yes, I do want discussion. I've got a question.
Discussion. Could you clarify that again? I don't understand the motion.
Just that the fiscal court before adoption should review the definition to make sure to probably add a de minimis exclusion, so that these small facilities that are not what we are thinking of as data centers, but would obviously qualify as a telecom, can be waived out, so that they're not roped into this process, that they stay in their telecom lane rather than getting pulled into a data center discussion.
Okay, Mr. Baxter, the way I understand, yeah, go ahead.
You're referencing the page 2 of the document. Small data center.
Either the small data center or in the definition where it says data center dash, and then it goes on. Either place where they could just put a filter on there so that the small telecom, bona fide telecom material or items are not roped in. That's my chief concern, is that we're going to pull in a bunch of small telecom facilities on accident.
In SRC, what we took as our challenge is to try to word this so that we can present it to them. So do you have a suggestion of what would be worded here that we could modify that and then incorporate that and vote on approving it to them? Or forwarding it to them?
What if we just exclude less than 5,000 or less than 10,000 square feet and less than 1 megawatt? We just call that an excluded from the definition.
Would that be specifically for telecommunications?
Or, well, in this case, it would just basically be anything, because anything that small is really not what we're worried about. I just don't know how else to keep a small telecom hut from getting roped into a data center zoning issue.
So put a floor, put a bottom on the small definition?
Yes. that the easiest, most direct way to do it?
Could we just add wording saying not to include the telecommunications or essential services or communication?
Problem is in the data center, the very first sentence says that it includes specifically any facility used for transmission of data.
I mean, can we just add that to the definition?
Yeah, either I would say it's almost easier just that in the definition, just say this does not include facilities smaller than X or Y. Actually, yeah, how about we just do that last sentence is just, this does not include facilities smaller than 1 megawatt or 10,000 square feet.
So an additional bullet point under small data centers that would say excluding,
I wouldn't put it there, I would put it under the page 1 data center definition. Just add a last sentence. This definition does not include facilities smaller than 10,000 square feet or 1 megawatt of power usage.
But are we creating a loophole there where somebody could do a lot of little small buildings and fall under the regulations outside of it because now we've eliminated?
Well, that would then trigger the cumulative review on page 2.
I think you're correct, and that then joins in with the cumulative discussion that we eliminate we give consistency to small, medium, or large being cumulative across the board in those definitions of square footage, no matter the number of buildings.
Would you be opposed to adding in something at the end of that sentence that you proposed that said specifically for telecommunications? Because I'm afraid if we add that in, then we have to go back to the chart then, because the way that's worded is less than 5 megawatts, less than or equal to 20,000 is that we almost have to have another category. So if we say something about that, the intent of your statement is specifically addressed towards telecommunication facilities, then we can point to that and say, so that it prevents that loophole.
I think that would work. I think where I kind of worry is just, I don't know what AT&T or Spectrum or whoever owns that facility does. I don't know what they do in their computing. Like if they've got a computer rack, do they also timeshare it with the billing department for their own internal, like, are we, like, I don't want to get so far into the weeds on that, but that's my only kind of concern about it is like, does the telecom have to stay strictly telecom? Or
does it address your concern if we incorporate local? Because we've already got regional, national, if we say for local data?
I'm not sure how local would work. Just as soon as you hit the internet, I'm not sure how local works. Mr. Baxter, is there any legal language that is boilerplate for that sort of a situation?
Not that I'm aware of, but if you exclude a data center of a certain size from the definition of data center, then the chart doesn't apply to it anyway, because it's excluded.
So how do we have the motion on the floor modified?
So do we want to make the motion to add one sentence to the definition of data center? This definition does not include facilities smaller than 10,000 square feet or less than 1 megawatt of power? Or and, I'm sorry, that was an and condition.
And I think the final piece to that question was whether we want to make a statement that that only applies to telecommunication or no, just leave the sentence as you stated.
Yeah, if we can leave it as I stated.
Okay.
So, Madam Chairman, you had a motion and a second, but now the motion the motion maker has changed the motion, so the person that seconded the motion needs to accept the change. Do you accept the change, sir? Yes. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to modify the definition of data center.
Thank you. Any last discussion? All right. We're going to do this on a roll call vote.
Tom Marsh,
Yes.
Mr. Allison. Yes. Mr. Hayes,
Yes.
Ms. Thompson,
No.
Mr. Hampton,
No.
Mr. Allen,
Yes.
Ms. Graham,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
No.
Mr. Elder,
No.
Mr. Douglas,
No.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Oh, that's today's date. Okay. All right, sorry. Thank you. All right, motion to make this amendment to the document was approved on a vote of 6-5. All right, continuing on with definitions. Question, if in this section of definitions, were there other topics that were brought up that were missing?
I have a question.
Ms. Davis?
Yes, under what I was talking about earlier about raising the zoning, it already says that. It says the zoning districts and location permitted zoning districts, a data center located within Oldham County shall be allowed in C4, I1, I2, and IPD. So it's already good built. I mean, it would be no sense in changing it. It can already go.
So Ms. Davis is looking at section zoning districts and location restrictions, page 2, where she was looking.
Do we want to leave the definition section already? Because I
Nope,
think there's
we
still a
wanna
couple
come
more.
back to
Okay.
we want to come back to the definitions quick.
Yeah.
There were a couple items. Mr. Douglas?
Wanted to see if Ms. Thompson's going to make a motion that, because I think she was one, or somebody discussed about the medium and the small definition of 20,000 square feet and less than 100,000 square feet and less than 20,000 square feet did not match the chart. So do you want to make that motion?
I make the motion that we make the definitions match the data center classification chart.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All right. We're going to do another roll call vote.
Ms. Graham,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Marsh,
Yes.
Mr. Hayes,
Yes.
Ms. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Douglas,
Yes.
Mr. Elder,
Yes.
Mr. Allen,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Hampton,
Yes.
Mr. Allison.
Yes.
Recommendation for edits was approved by a motion of 11-0. All right, before we move to the next section, any others on definitions? Yes, Ms. Thompson? No.
I make a motion that in the definitions that we remove the term of a single building from the small and the medium and also the large data center where it says gross floor area, just remove of a single building so it pertains to the entire compound.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion, questions? All right. Seeing none, we'll go to a roll call vote.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Mr. Douglas?
Yes.
Mr. Elder?
Yes.
Ms. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Hampton?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hayes?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes.
Motion for edits were approved by a motion of 11-0. Again, still in definition section. I saw
Yes.
Mr. Marsh.
Just a comment from the study review committee. As was mentioned about the word large and hyperscale, for continuity, we went to power instead of energy. So where that is all in red in what you're reading there, where it says power, that was a consistency of terms as well. So we combined hyperscale and large to just use large, and we also combined energy and power, and you'll see power throughout the document. So that's the change that we're recommending there.
Thank you. Which for clarification is
That was for
consistent
clarification.
with-
So now we've checked off all the red in that
All right.
section.
Great. All right, final stop on definitions. All right, moving forward, section 2, zoning districts and location restrictions. This starts with, Iva was discussing her motion before and felt that that had been addressed.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
are we open?
we are opening for motions.
Okay. I move that we remove IPD from the large classification. Per comments, per discussion, I move that we remove that from the large classification, leaving it in small and medium, but remove it from large.
I'll second it.
All right, discussion. Questions, discussion?
I had a comment.
Ms. Thompson?
I think the comment was made by someone on the task force in the study review committee that because of there only being one area possible in the county for a large data center, and that being in IPD, that by removing even the possibility of large from removing the IPD classification would mean that there is no place in Oldham County for a large data center anywhere. So I just wanted to, that was, I believe, why it was left in after the study review meeting based on the recommendations of the task force that put this together.
Thank you. Any other discussion or questions? All right, we're going to go to a voice vote.
Mr. Douglas,
Yes.
Mr. Marsh,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
No.
Mr. Allison. Mr. Hayes,
No.
Mr. Elder,
No.
Ms. Graham,
No.
Mr. Miller,
No.
Ms. Thompson,
No.
Mr. Hampton,
No.
Mr. Allen,
No.
The prior edit change was denied by a vote of 9-2. All right, anything else regarding zoning districts, location restrictions, the description, and the data center classification chart? All right. Seeing none, moving on to page 3, building requirements and setbacks. I believe we had a motion or a recommendation in this section. Is there anyone wishing to make any recommendations related to the minimum square feet?
Yes, I'd make the recommendation that we take and make 1,500 feet the common for all those applications. In other words, the lot line, from the lot lines of all adjoining properties with any type of residential zoning class, residential use, public schools, or private schools.
Do I have a second on that motion?
I'll second.
I have a second. Discussion. Any questions? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to a roll call vote.
Ms. Davis,
No.
Mr. Douglas,
No.
Mr. Elder,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
No.
Ms. Graham,
No.
Mr. Allen,
Yes.
Mr. Hampton,
No.
Ms. Thompson,
No.
Mr. Hayes,
Yes.
Mr. Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Marsh.
No.
Motion for the following edit recommendation was not approved on a voice of 7-4. All right. Any other recommendations or motions to be made in building requirements and setbacks?
Just
Ms. Marsh?
verification that that last sentence was taken off as a typographical error. Do we have to have a motion to remove that? We do have to have a motion to remove that? Okay. I move that we remove that last line, this measurement shall be taken from the structure, building, or equipment off of this document.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
I wanted to clarify that.
Yes.
I think maybe the problem is that the okay, I mean, I think we need to measure from the structure, building, or equipment to the lot line. So I think maybe it's just a little confusing, but I think we still need to get the setback. I think we have to take the measurement from the structure, building, or equipment of the data center to the lot line of the adjoining properties.
Are we open discussion?
Yes, this is open
Okay.
for discussion.
All right, I believe if you read above, starting out, all structures, building, maintenance equipment, ground located cooling, ventilation, or backup power generator equipment must be located a minimum of from the lot lines of adjoining properties with any, so we had the lot lines putting in there. I think that covers it. That was the way it was rewritten, and then that bottom line just wasn't taken out. It cites measuring it from there.
Okay, so yeah, so basically it's just redundant, I guess. Okay, I'm good with that.
Great. Any other discussion? All right, I'm hearing this would be a good voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Edit is approved by a motion of 11-0. All right. Anything else we have missed in our zoning location and restrictions? All right. Agenda building requirements and setbacks. Any questions regarding the chart on building requirements and setbacks in relation to that section? Seeing no motions. Any motions related to building aesthetics and appearance? All right. We're moving to page 5. Everybody wants to go there. Location screening, sound. Is that the right?
Sound attenuation.
Attenuation. Making sure we didn't have a spelling. Any motions regarding this section? Recommendations? Generator regulations and testing requirements, bottom of page 5, moving on to 6. Any motions or recommendations? All right. Moving on to cooling requirements, any changes, motions, or recommendations? Seeing none?
Sorry, real
Yes,
quick.
yes. One.
On cooling requirements number 3, just for discussion, should the water discharge for liquid cooling only occur after treatment if required? Should that be if necessary?
For discussion, who determines what's necessary?
Who determines what's required to? I guess that was my question.
Same thing. Is there a governmental body that regulates this, cooling requirements?
That, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I don't even remember who made that motion. I didn't come up with that verbiage on my own. It was probably during the task force group, I'd say. I think a lot of that was in regards to ensuring that it wasn't off well systems and things of that nature is when that came up. Ensuring that it only discharged municipal sewer facilities and not septics, not anything like that, so. I mean, I would think MSD would have, or whoever the sewer facility is, would have the purview over that. So that would be the body to dictate that. And within the development plan approval that comes before you all those agencies are in that process as you go through TRC, as you go through, capacity requirements. So I would think that would be an MSD or LaGrange Utilities or whoever issue.
Okay, so they would be the one that set the requirement then, that's, okay, sorry, that was,
And it also, it would fall under the illicit discharge for stormwater. So that would come under our MS4 coordinator.
Correct. Good point. So do we have any motions, recommendations under cooling requirements? No? All right. Landscape lighting and fence requirements, we had some red line changes. Do we have any recommendations beyond that? Edits? Motions? All right. Moving on to security. Nothing had been redlined there, but do we have any motions or edits regarding security? All right. Next section, required impact studies. We have 4 sections within here. There were a few changes under noise, under environmental, and under health impact. Any other motions, changes, or recommendations? All right. And then last, we head into the final page on page 8. There are notifications. Section 1 through 4. Any questions, discussion, motions, changes to notifications? All right. Seeing none, we've gone through the document. However, there were other things that were brought up as well. Do we have any other motions or discussion at this time by the commission?
I just have a question. When this goes to fiscal court, will the public at that time have an option of commenting again, to their magistrates about some of the issues they brought here today?
Correct.
Okay.
So, Mr. Baxter, if you will frame up our next step of the process. This is a recommendation for approval or denial.
Yes, we need a motion to approve or disapprove the proposed amendments to the fiscal court.
I'll make a motion that the changes and amendments that have been discussed here today be codified by the commission and sent forward to the magistrates for their consideration and approval.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All right. Seeing none, we'll go back into a roll call vote before the lights go out on us.
Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
Ms. Davis? Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes.
Mr. Douglas?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Mr. Elder?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Hayes?
yes.
Mr. Hampton?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Motion for docket PZ-26-011 has been approved by a vote of 11 to 0.
So those, just real quick, should go to fiscal court, both meetings in August. So just so everybody's aware, that should be August 4th, and then the second reading, public hearing would be August 18th.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I move to adjourn.
Do I have a second? Mr. Douglas seconds.
Just real quick, we do have a meeting next month. Filing deadline's already passed. There's 7 cases, possibly 8 on the docket, so if I were you, I'd bring a lunch. Thank you.
All right. All in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?